Can I also recognise those who are watching this live streamed, Toowoomba Regional Council. It's very good that people are taking so much notice in what we do. As we begin today, I'd just like to cover a couple of items that have happened during the last month. And I've had the opportunity of being able to advocate to both state and federal government officials on critical issues that face our council. We've raised with the Queensland Premier, as well as Senator Anthony Chisholm, the Assistant Minister for Regional Development, the major issue that we face of the financial impost in funding our dam spillways. And we have in fact received, they certainly did listen to what we had to say. We also continue to advocate items that have happened during the last month. And I've had the opportunity of being able to advocate to both state and federal government officials on critical issues that face our council. We've raised with the Queensland Premier, as well as Senator Anthony Chisholm, the Assistant Minister for Regional Development, the major issue that we face. I will continue. We continue to advocate for a strong Olympic legacy in these meetings, and particularly the development of the Toowoomba Showgrounds as an equestrian centre of excellence, and also with the possibility of Toowoomba being the site of Australia's second animal quarantine facility. At present, there is but one site, and that's in Melbourne. We believe the second facility would be a tremendous boost to our region and would be a great Olympic legacy. We've had the opportunity to promote the Railway Parkland project to the state and federal government and the opportunities it provides for inner city housing. During the month, I had the opportunity to visit Wanganui and continue a 41-year relationship with that community. Jane and I met the Mayor as well as the Council, recently elected, and they're very, very keen to continue a strong relationship. And of course, there'll be a couple of things I'll bring up later on today in respect to what they see for the future. In June this year, we marked 10 years of being a refugee welcome zone. And today I'll be bringing forward a motion that we mark this special anniversary. I'm very thankful to Roberto Garcia and Dr. Mark Copeland for the work that they have done to assist in making this happen. It certainly changed our community. Councillors, I would like to take this opportunity also of acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa and the Bigambal peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, there are no apologies today. There are no leaves of absence, but I understand Councillor O'Shea.
I just want to register a leave of absence request when you're ready, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, look,
that's what I put my hand up for.
We haven't quite got to that yet.
Thank you.
Granting of leave of absence, Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. As per what is on there, I wish to be granted leave of absence from the special meeting or any meetings of Council which may be scheduled on Wednesday the 29th of March 2023.
Okay, would someone like to move accordingly? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded. Those in favour? That is carried. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I request a leave of absence for the dates of April 3rd to April 6th for any special meetings that may occur that week. Thank you.
Okay, someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Declaration of interests. I have declared a request that it be minuted of the following potential conflict of interest arose in item 4, confidential inland rail border to Gowrie. Councillor Nancy Summerfield sought clarification of whether I have a conflict of interest, the border to Gowrie of the inland rail section due to an earlier charge of misconduct. Councillor Antonio responded that he had received legal advice to the effect that a report concerning the supply of material, project and agenda, that the report didn't include that, and that he should and that he would be happy to leave while the matter was discussed and voted on. The report does not concern the supply of material, however, and in view of Councillor Summer's comments, he advised that he will leave the meeting and stay away while this matter is discussed and voted on. Councillor Syed just took the choice of actually leaving the meeting. There was no need for a vote. So I just ask you to recognise that I will be leaving the meeting when that item is discussed. Are there any other matters that anyone wishes to bring forward in respect to conflicts of interest? We move then to the confirmation of minutes and the ordinary meeting the 21st of February 2020. You have a question, Councillor McMahon?
No, Chair, I didn't put my hand up. I was just wondering if we need to acknowledge Councillor Summerfield's absence at this time of the meeting.
Sorry?
Just wondering if we need to acknowledge Councillor Summerfield's absence at this time from the meeting.
Sorry? Yes, the CEO has told me that the moment she arrives, the time will be recorded.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Right, we moved into the confirmation of the minutes, item 3.1, the ordinary meeting on the 21st of February 2023. Someone who was present at that meeting could be prepared to move that. That's Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Thank you. It's carried. Item 3.2, a special meeting on the 22nd of February 2023, at which I was absent. Would someone like to move those minutes, please? Be a true and proper record. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Is there any matters that you wish to discuss that are arising out of those minutes? If not, we'll move to item 5, which is the presentation of petitions. And Councillor McMahon, I understand you have a petition, objection by the members of the Toowoomba Bridge Club to the relocation of the disc golf group from Black Gully to Horn Park.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would table a petition from the Toowoomba Bridge Club, which says we request Council refuse the application for relocation from Black Gully to Horn Park from the Toowoomba Disc Golf Club. It cites a number of issues that they believe, including parking, conflicting land use, environmental issues and toilets. I have the petition signed by 139 individuals with all local postcodes, so I'll happily table that to this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
And you're happy to move that
Yes, thank
receipt
you,
of that? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carl. Those in favour? It's carried. Would you bring it down, please, Councillor? Are there any other petitions anyone wishes to bring forward? If not, you were advised yesterday of a potential mayoral motion, and that it relates to the 10-year anniversary of Toowoomba region being declared a refugee welcome zone. The motion that I am happy to move is that an appropriate event function be arranged for June 2023 to commemorate the 10 years anniversary of the Toowoomba region being declared a refugee welcome zone in June 2013. I'm happy to move that. Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that. Any comments in respect to that? Councillor O'Shea.
Sorry, thanks, Mayor, if you'd indulge me. Thank you for the opportunity. Just to say thank you for bringing this forward. Obviously, it's something that has been raised through our Multicultural Advisory Committee. So, of course, to mark that this year will be 10 years and just sort of what was happening in regards to that. So, upon following that up with yourself, so I appreciate that it's been put forward, and we now know that there will be something to mark that occasion, because I think it's something that's definitely worth, whatever that looks like, is definitely worth obviously commemorating. So I think we can probably utilise our Multicultural Advisory Committee for a little bit of guidance on how that moves forward, and then through, I know Daryl Bates is in the room, and Daryl Bates' team is familiar with where this was raised at our last Multicultural Advisory Committee. So I think it's another example of how one of our advisory committees can play a role in marking an occasion like this.
Thank you very much. Any other comments around the room? Personally, I think it's been a major step forward, a community such as Toowoomba, to receive this accolade wherever I go. People talk about it, and I think It simply recognises the great heart there is in Toowoomba for looking after people at any level, and this is just very much part of that. Any other comments? If not, those in favour? Carried without dissent. Now, councillors, we move to item 7, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment. And I think we've got something very special here today in that Adam and Susie Wenatong are here. And I think that you'd find that when you look at this community and look at some of the work that's being done for young people, these are two people that absolutely stand out. Adam is the founder of ADAPT Membership and Consultancy and Indigenous Social Enterprises. Adam is a proud Gubbi man with 20 years experience working across youth and community sector in Toowoomba. Adam has extensive skills in cultural mentorship, complex case management, social enterprise initiatives and youth crime prevention and intervention. Adam is a highly respected professional across the sector and sits on a number of local committees to assist with creative and strategic solutions to solve social and community issues. Adam, as you come down, please, I'd like to just mention that Councillor McDonald and I were driving around the other day and we saw Adam and Susie with a group of young people. And for us, it was an absolute joy to meet those young people and to see the work that Adam and Susie are doing and their team are doing with them. So, Adam, thank you very much for coming and thanks for the work that you do. And I might have already told you, but we're forming a group of people hoping to get some funding out of the state government for a coordinator of youth activity in this area, which will cover all these areas. And I'd very much hope that you can be part of that.
Thank you very much.
So over to you, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to come and speak today. I think coming out, the last couple of months have been pretty, I suppose, challenging for our community, especially with the forum around crime prevention, or the crime that's happening in our community. So I think it's a great opportunity to come in and just let the council and the community know that there are programs out there happening, especially for the young people who are disengaged and at risk within the youth justice system. So thank you, Paul, for the introduction. So we are ADAPT Mentorship and Consultancy. We've only got a short time, so I'm going to do just a quick brief outline of what we do. The slides will keep running through just to give you an idea of what we've done over the years and stuff like that. But a quick outline of who we are and what we do and a couple of key projects that we are running at the moment, and then I really want to open up to the floor for questions after that. So, but look, we've been around since 2014, 2015 in this community doing this kind of work. Myself and Susie have been in the community sector for about 20 years, both of us, working in crime prevention, intervention, homelessness and housing, youth suicide, you name it. I think we've worked for a lot of organisations in this community. So, but in 2015, I think with the change of government in Queensland, a lot of the youth programs that we used to run, the funding just wasn't there for it. It went to case management. So a lot of the youth programs fell to the wayside and one-on-one case management took over. So that came, we got a lot of phone calls in 2015, so that brought us to create the mentorship that we have now. It was originally called Young Brothers Mentorship because it was around specifically Indigenous young males and the lack of male role models in the community and lack of cultural programs in the community for these young men who are going through the youth justice system. So we both worked for organisations over that period. It was a side business and we did that until 2021 where we made the decision to change the name to ADAPT Mentorship. Simply for the reason that all the work that we do with the young people, we are really trying to help them adapt to what's happening in their lives. And it kind of resonates with the young people too when we explain it that way. We both kind of left our jobs in the community sector last year. Now we're full-time doing this. And I think right now in the current climate, I think we need to be full-time and pushing through with these kind of programs. So we do have a long and positive relationship with the Toowoomba Regional Council. We've done a lot of programs with them. And I think all of our programs that we do are community-based. We don't have a space as such. We run a lot of our programs within the community for these young people, because one of the biggest problems is a lot of young people don't feel like they're part of the community. So we get them out in the community, we get them to interact with the public and other community members and give them that sense of identity and feeling like they're part of the community as well. So over the years, we've been part of the first cohort We've done youth programs. You know, we offer community kind of volunteering positions every year at community events for these young people as well. So most of our programs are youth-led as well, so we'll bring a group together and see what they actually want to do, and then we'll run it in the community that way. So that's a bit of a, I suppose, breakdown of who we are. But I want to go into two programs that we're running right now in the community, and that is our street program. So our street program is funded by the CBCAC, which is the QPS, and it is a crime prevention program. Now, it's a weekly program. We've been running it for 3 months now. So it happens every day on the same day as youth court. So we did that purposely because every morning at youth court, we'll go up to youth court, we'll talk to the young people who are going through court, we'll talk to their families, we'll talk to the service providers as well. We'll offer them a different alternative straight after court. They can come down to the park and they can have a run instead of traditionally going into the CBD and maybe letting off a bit of steam in that, which ends up pretty negative at times. So we offer that safe space and that consistent weekly kind of connection for these young people. We do have a lot of young people that do come down from court afterwards and run with us. In that space, we do a lot of sporting activities, but there's more going on than just sport, I suppose. We have other organisations that we invite in around youth supports, you know, whether they need medical, stuff like that, because a lot of the young people won't go to traditional kind of medical organisations or stuff like that. So we'll bring all the services that we need down to the park, and then the young people can access those services there as well. We found that to be our most valuable program because we've got strong relationships with youth justice, child safety, education disengagement and suspension programs. So all of our young people are fed in from that. Workers do bring young people down on a weekly basis. We've gone from 5 young people in the first week to 22, 23 on an average now. So it's really good. They come back every week, and you know, it's just creating that safe space for them. There is no judgment, and you know, just allows them to actually be teenagers and have a run. There's a lot of laughter. There's a lot of good connection as well. So from street, which is very important, then we feed them into our other programs that we're doing at the moment. A majority of our programs are culturally based because of the, I suppose, you know, the high rate of Indigenous young men and women in the youth justice and child safety system. So we do kind of cater towards that way. At the same time, we run other programs in the community as well, but I just want to touch on these ones. So our second programs is following the songlines. So Youth Court Day, consistent attendance by these young people. They'll come along and then we'll feed them into our other programs. So following the songlines is a cultural program, 2 days a week, a Friday and a Saturday. So what we do is we bring the young people out. We've got good relationships with the Bunya Mountain Rangers and the traditional owners as well at Gummingurru. So we'll utilise those spaces. We take them out and we give them the awareness and the knowledge around what songlines are in this community. You know, and really concentrate on the values and the belief systems that are involved in that kind of cultural space as well. Whole idea is to get, well, number one is to get them out of town for 2 days, especially a Friday and Saturday. We really walk them hard. We do some really great stuff. We walk up mountains and stuff, but I think it's a circuit breaker to boredom, I suppose, as well. And we're really concentrating on really tiring them out so they sleep on Friday night and come back on Saturday morning, I suppose. But we've had consistent attendance as well. Look, the songlines itself, it's a great program. We've had, as I said, consistent attendance as well. And this wouldn't happen. I mean, we are, you know, we're 2 people, but we have strong links within the community with other organisations, and we do utilise other organisations to actually run our programs as well. So we like to think that we can help build other organisations around knowledge for their workers. There's a lot of younger workers within the community sector now. We've had a big changeover since COVID, so there is a lot of young workers in this community. So we try to engage those young workers and give them an idea of what meaningful programs can be run. There's a lot of case management, so we offer that extra support pathway for programming as well. So we talk to the case managers about what needs to be done, and we try to cover that in each session as well. So look, I know there's so much more I could talk about, but I'd rather put it to the floor and just be pretty interactive and see if you guys have any questions for us.
We've got time for a couple of questions. Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you so much, Adam and Susie. Adam, you've talked about the programs and these sort of macro level pieces of work that you're doing, but I wondered if you could share with us an example, without details, of an interaction that you might have had with an individual that you feel like you've really connected with them and it's made a profound difference in their life.
Yeah, so we had a young man turn up to Street about 6 weeks ago. He was at crisis. He was talking about suicide. He was really low, and we kind of took him aside, settled him down, and then Susie had a bit of a chat to him and said, what do you want to do in life? And he actually pulled out a notepad, just written down. He had 2 business plans on it. So he's been in child safety since the age of 6. He's now 18. So he's got these 2 business plans. So because we are in the social enterprise kind of sector, I suppose, what we've done is we've taken him out, we've mentored him on a weekly basis, and we've connected him in with the Queensland Social Enterprise Council. He's getting training around small business as well with the government, with DESBIT, and we've hooked him in with some big corporations as well. So he's at that point where he is going to have a business by the end of the year. And so he's got a lot of good people around him who want to help. So yeah, that's a good news story, and we believe that, and it is having those conversations and getting these young people out on country where they can have a bit of peace and a bit of quiet so they can actually talk to us and we can find out what their interests are. And then I think we have enough connections within our community that we can actually hook up those connections and support to drive through on what goals they want to achieve.
It speaks to the importance and the value of a single question and a single conversation and how much that can change the trajectory of somebody's life. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Shea.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Adam and Susie, for coming in and obviously and echo those thoughts around the incredible work you guys do and your participation in a lot of what we do through council. As you mentioned, those partnerships here, one through I'm involved with Youth Advisory. Adam's always late to our meetings, but it's a good reason because of all of these things that he does. So, but offers great input into what we do.
The same day as youth court, so.
Yeah. But he still never misses a meeting. We just mark him. We don't mark him down as an apology because we know he's going to appear at some stage. So thanks for your commitment in that regard. Adam, I wonder if you could talk about, I know youth crime obviously is very, very topical and front of mind at the moment. And a lot of the attention, I think, centres around, of course, around the sentencing and that side of it, which obviously is important. But in the line of work that you do and what you have seen and have done from a long period of time, how important do you feel, or is more that early intervention or that intense intervention at the right times, that is, like, how important is that as opposed to sort of worrying about it at the back end, saying, okay, this is what the punishment should be, or these are the repercussions, which again, as I said, not taking away the need for that, but just that early intervention and serious intervention. How important do you think that is a message and what we need to try and to really have an impact on this situation?
Yeah, thanks, James. And I think it's very important. Locking these young people up isn't going to do them any good. They've been continuously locked up. They're going through the system, and there has been no change. I think, these young people have to go back to I suppose, household or environment that probably isn't conducive to having a positive lifestyle, So I think early intervention programs are very important. I also think that, we need to really, and one of our kind of strategies is to get in and talk to the families and find out what's happening at home as well, because it's a problem if prison is maybe safer than going home, I suppose. So early intervention programs are very important. I think through education, I think school disengagement's a big thing as well. A lot of young people disengage from school, then find themselves in the youth justice system as well. But yes, intervening early, and we're working with a lot of the young people who are on the fringes of that reoffending with youth justice and child safety, and really trying to stop that cycle and get them into good pathways as well. But locking them up isn't the way. I think, and as a community, I think Toowoomba, we have a lot to offer. I think we deal with our own problems, and I think we've got an awesome community. And I think it's just about, as Paul said, creating that group where we can create our own strategies, because there's enough people in this community that can do this. There's enough organisations, businesses that want to be part of the solution. So yeah, and I think that's where we've got to look at, is those early intervention programs, not from Brisbane or wherever, but from here, from within our community. And I have total faith that we can do that. So hopefully that's answered your question, mate. So.
Councillor Shine and then Councillor McMahon. If you can make the questions fairly short, this is one of the more engaging presentations we've had, but we've got a bit of a time frame. Yep, that'll be fine, councillor Carroll, you'll get a chance. Councillor Shine.
I'll try and keep it short. I just want, this is a voluntary, well, first of all, thank you for what you do. It's vital work that you're doing. It's great to hear that it's being done. It's a voluntary participation from the participants. Just wondering what percentage of potential youths do take part in it? Yeah, rough idea of.
Look, I think school suspension, I think it's about 70-75% when we do hook in with those different programs. Youth justice, I suppose, we're looking at maybe 40 to 50%. And the problem is that reoffending, and they keep just going back through into prison and coming out. And child safety, they're just coming on board now, or they have been, and we're accessing more and more of those I suppose, youth residentials and case managers, I suppose. So, look, it could be higher, but we're just building. We ran a similar program to this for 6 years, from 2014 to 2012 to 2018, and we had great success, and it just broke down because of the funding requirements. This is our first 3 months back, and we are getting some good numbers, and it's going to grow, and I think for Youth Justice, this is part of their programming each week as well, so weekly programming. They're going to bring young people down as well. So percentage isn't as high as we want, but I think it's good. It is good.
Okay, Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks,
And
Chair.
Councillor Bill.
Adam, good to see you. Love what you're doing now. I was really enjoying the work you've done around murals, both here in Oakey. I love the piano, decorate it, and put it for the public to play, those kind of things. We are in the process of, I think it's almost done soon, of developing a culture and arts strategy so we can target those kind of things from a council. But I'm wondering if those partnerships still exist through Graffiti Stop and TRC, and if you guys are doing any more of that stuff. Is it still us and you guys working together on those kind of projects?
Definitely. And I suppose, the Matt Adnate mural on Youth Justice, everyone sees the young Aboriginal boy on Youth Justice. That was actually a crime prevention program, directly from a crime prevention program around graffiti and crime prevention. And so that was Susie working with 4 young men who were in the system, looking at street art as a vehicle, I suppose, to have a say in the community. So, yeah, not many people know that was a result of a crime prevention program. Look, and we're talking to Youth Connect at the moment. We've got a great opportunity coming up again for some more murals, and we find that outside of the box and including young people within those processes gives them that identity and a bit of worth and stuff like that. But yes, definitely keep those relationships going, and public art has a great role within what we do, and the young people do respond very positively to it. So yes. Oh, I'm coming to talk to you. So.
Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam and Susie, and we're so lucky to have you and the other groups that work together here for our youth. I think the programs like this, I think politicians need to have a look at themselves, because we have funding. It just starts to get a hold and starts to work, and then it's stopped. I refer to the Clontarf Foundation and the Broncos through the high schools, and I think that there's certainly great worth in trying to run your programs at the end of primary school, moving into high school, because I've been to some school presentations in primary school where students can't read one sheet of paper. Now, if they go from primary school to high school, they don't fit. They've got no hope. So to capture them before that and give them some recognition and something to work for, it's a carrot and stick thing, I think, in many ways. I too love the art, and my friend Cheryl Moggs had the young ones from Rockville over doing that painting that's over at Grand Central, and it's absolutely amazing. So I think there's opportunity there. They're very talented and got so much to offer. I think it's a pity that there isn't more investment in them at the in all our young people, particularly the ones at risk, at that young stage, perhaps year 6, and then going into the early years of high school. And the success rate is really good.
Yes.
And, it's no good stamping your feet and carrying on when crime comes out. But if people have no hope, that's what they're going to do. So I salute you and the others working in that space, and I implore the state and federal government to become on board with funding that goes on, doesn't come and go with whoever's in power. And I think that has happened to date, and I think it's a great pity. So congratulations to you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bill?
Just a quick comment, please, Chair. Further to Councillor Beck's comments about conversation, we all have our stories is an important thing to remember. And Adam, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing what you do. Keep having the conversation, mate, because sometimes you feel it's pointless, but keep having them. Because I can assure you that people just like you and Susie had conversations with me. It pays dividends. Thanks, mate. Sorry, Chair.
That's fine. Councillor Carl, not a problem at all. Thanks for expressing your emotions. But look, Councillor McDonald, just a brief comment and we'll wind up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Adam. Thank you, Susie. The admiration of you both, I think, is shared equally with everyone around the room, to be perfectly honest. So thank you for what you're doing. Adam, just a very quick question in regard to you're working with these youth. You're doing a tremendous job. Is it then a case of when they return home, wherever their home might be, that you can keep contact with them? Because stories have come back where they're with you for a couple of days and then they return to their environment. So is that the next phase? And I know you can't do everything without support, and you do a great job linking with other agencies, and largely that's where your funding's coming from those groups. But is there a disconnect then from when the youth go back to their home or wherever that may be?
Yeah, look, I think it is, but I think the reason we run our programs is once a program finishes, you're never off our radar, you know, and we're always getting back in contact with these young people. And I think that's the reason we created Street, where we can have that safe space, where we can have those conversations. You know, a lot of young people go, well, we want to live somewhere else. We want a safer home to live in. So we refer them into the housing and homelessness kind of services as well. But yeah, look, it is, and Councillor Carroll touched on it, hopelessness. You know, that a lot of young people have this hopelessness about them and can't see a future. You know, so we try to instill that back in them. And in the end, it is about, you know, doing something different with the same circumstances. You know, that's what we try to teach these young people and provide pathways so they can actually realise what gifts and strengths they have within them. Because in the end, it's going to have to be up to them. They'll have to make that decision and that choice to do what they have to do to survive. So, but yes, look, and we really wanted to have a look at the home lives and the parents and the families and give them support as well. I talked to a lot of them up at court. And, you know, and they expressed that, you know, a lot of people don't know what we're going through at home, you know. So there are a lot of issues there where we really want to add some more layers of support to the families at home as well.
Okay, well, look, thank you very much. And as I said before, and I know it may not be of any consequence to anyone here, but as I drove up Godsall Street the other day and I saw you and Susie with those young people, and we walked over there, that's a moment I shan't forget. That was a moment in my life that I think is important. I saw the connection between you and those young people who needed guidance. And thank you so much for what you've done in this community, you and Susie. And I look forward to working with you as we progress some form of youth guidance in this community, using as many of the people who are involved as possible. And you'll certainly have a major role to play.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, thank them very much, please, for an outstanding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councillors, we move then to the reception and consideration of committee reports, but before we do so, our values, of course, are accountability, safety and well-being, teamwork, honesty and respect. Reception and consideration of committee reports. We'll move first to planning and developments. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of planning and development? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? That's Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Bill Carl. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to item 8.2. There are two matters there. item 5 and item 6. Anyone wishing to take anything out for separate consideration? Councillor Von Hoff?
Item number 6, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any other? We'll move to item number 5. So would someone like to move the receipt of item number 5 of Water and Waste Committee report, please? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield, those in favour? That's carried. Item number 6 to be considered separately. Would somebody like to move its receipt, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor. Any brief comments around the room? Those in favour of the receipt of the confidential report in respect to grant funding agreements between with regard to Toowoomba and the Warwick Pipeline. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded?
Thank you.
Division, please. Okay, where are we? Councillors, you may recognise we've had some people come into the room, and can I welcome the group from the citizens class from Career Employment Australia who are attending our meeting today. Thank you very much for coming here. We really appreciate your presence in the room, and I hope you enjoy the few moments you're here. Thank you. Would you welcome them, please? Right, where are we?
I have no idea.
Right, we move then to Infrastructure Committee report, and Councillor McDonald, if you could take the chair, please.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, item number 4, it's 8.3, item number 4. Happy to move. Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Councillors, we move then to item 8.4, which is Environment Community Committee. Anyone wishing to take anything out of that for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon. Any comments? Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move then to item 8.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. There are 3 items there. Would anyone wish to take any of those out for separate consideration? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull out item number 3, the 2023-24 Register of Fees and Charges.
Sorry, would you repeat that?
I would like to pull out the 2023-2024 Register of Fees and Charges, item number 3, please.
Separately. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Could we pull out item number 4, Councillor Regional Engagement, please?
Yes. They'll be dealt with separately. Anyone wishing to take out item number 5? Councillor Summerfield. Right. So we'll move through them in, I think, if you don't mind, in the order. We'll start with item number 3. Would someone like to move its receipt, please?
Yes. May I please make some comments on the fees and
Yes, I'll
charges?
get a mover and a seconder. I'll confirm. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine. And you wish to make any comments, Councillor McDonald, as mover?
No, sorry, Mayor. There is a change that Councillor Melissa Taylor has flagged for this motion.
Okay.
So I was actually just going down to get my iPad when it was just a matter of timing that there was no auction, just a matter of timing. So we go back to Councillor Melissa. We have a mover and a seconder for the matter in the... No, we don't. The motion there was no motion. It's been retracted. It's Councillor Melissa now has to talk about.
Hand over to you, Councillor Melissa. Now that Councillor McDonald has clarified what he's up to,
Right.
We'll move back to you.
Your iPad's all okay? Good. Great, thank you, Chair. I actually would like to pull out two, if I may, please, for further consideration. One, I would like to pull out the aerodrome environmental cleanup fee, and I would like this brought back to Council after Transport and Drainage have worked with the Finance Division to do a review and full cost recovery review of this particular fee and charge. The current fee is a cost recovery at $93 an hour, and I believe this falls short as $93 does not cost recover the disposal, the cleanup kits, the transport of disposal, etc. So I'd like a full review done of that, please. And
You're
be
moving
brought
that-
back next
You're
month.
moving that as a motion.
If that's the correct procedure, yes?
So you're happy to move all of item 3 with that change?
Nope, I've got another one too as well, please.
Righto. So we'll deal with this first.
Yes, thank you.
Can we get that up, please, Wendy, so that it's very clear? Full review of aerodrome environmental cleanup. I think it's appropriate we deal with that singularly, Mr. CEO, as a motion. Do it as item number 3, acceptance. Right. So the instructions I've got from the CEO, we're happy to just move and have a vote on that particular issue,
Thank you.
which is that council consider the aerodrome environmental cleanup fee at a future meeting following reconsideration. You're happy to move that?
Yes.
Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that. Are there any
Following
issues around the table? You please get an understanding of what's before you. Anyone wishing to speak against? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Back to you, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. The next I would like to pull is the on-street parking for the city centre. In the current fees and charges, there is an increase of 5.3%. It is a procedure and process to review the city centre on-street parking every 2 years. It has been increased or proposed increase in the next financial year under the premise that the last review was 2 years ago. I believe, though, that there was an increase when the smart parking meters came into play and the city centre parking went from 1 hour free parking to only the first half hour free. So essentially, I believe there has been an increase in the on-street parking fee. So I propose that no increase in parking fees in the 2023-2024 fees and charges register.
You've moved that?
Yes, thank
Pardon
you.
me, is there a seconder? Get the motion up here. No increase in on-street parking for this. Okay. I'll get a seconder first. Is there a seconder for the motion? In the absence of a seconder, the motion will lapse. Anyone wishing to second it? If not, the motion has lapsed. Anything else, Councillor Taylor?
No, thank you.
Right, we then move to item 4. Oh, sorry, yep. Hadn't I been instructed that there were people who wished to change all those points? Item 4, council regional engagement. Righto. Would someone like to move that, please? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Kerry Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. Righto, we move to item 4, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Mayor. there's just been, as was offered at last week's committee meeting, a further consideration given to the community forum style regional engagement option. And if you refer to the committee recommendation number 1, that was adopt option 2, which is regional visits, which is currently undertaken. Number 2 was adopt option 3, which is a community barbecue or other hospitality outlined in options, additional engagement. And number 3 was consider a community forum style. Mayor, Kylie Delrain is here, the manager of that area, and I wondered if it was possible for her just to make commentary on the option that between herself and Community Development Facilities has spoken about this, and it may open up further conversation from other councillors.
Over to you, Kylie.
Thanks, Councillor Jeff. Good morning, Chair, councillors. We have proposed an additional option based on last week's discussion, so that would be the 7th option. It is a community forum with a catering option included. So the idea there is to allow for a more serious or formal format to introduce councillors to the community, but then allow community organisations to present and then rotate through meeting councillors to talk about aspirations for community. So that's that 7th option. The proposal also talks about potentially, there was some discussion last week about frequency, so the proposal is potentially 3 times a year so that we can cover off on those geographical areas. Last week we talked about potentially midweek as being best option for community as well. Happy to take any questions, and Darryl's here as well.
Thanks.
Are there any comments, Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mayor. I guess just finalising to get to a motion, through you, Mayor, to the manager, there was also the option around community barbecue. Is the intention that this could be a combination of both? I think Councillor Carl particularly spoke about this, and I think it was unanimous around the room in regard to how that could look. So at the moment, the recommendation is before us there, which is adoption of 2, which continues on adoption of number 1, which is adoption of 2, and number 2, which is adoption of additional community forum catering as outlined in the options attached. The options attached wouldn't include some of those things you've spoken about unless it's been updated in the report. So I wonder whether we shouldn't be more fulsome in what we've said in option 2, so that it says a midweek, and then perhaps Councillor Carl has raised during the week with me other options as well. So that's I'd like us to finalise a motion, but perhaps a commentary from other councillors, Mayor, might help to solidify that option number 2.
Are there any other comments, Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Jeff. Councillor Melissa and I had some extremely positive engagement on the rotational visit last week? Yeah, Friday. And part of that engagement was with our CDOs. And there was some conversation about, because as we know, our community changes all the time, and the way we connect with our community needs to evolve too. So while the department, for the want of a better word, Darryl, the CDO team are looking at this evolution and moving with it and changing, and we're having the discussion, was raised about the concept of us actually getting together with the CDOs and councillors, because they're practitioners, and it's good to hear from practitioners who are on the front line, dealing with the community as we are, to have the conversation. That was one thing. But the other thing that was really a good bit of information over at the Oki show, I spoke to the CDO, and they're already doing a community barbecue a weekly community barbecue in Oakey, which I think is absolutely brilliant, a brilliant opportunity for us to chime in on that, not push our way in, but chime in and make ourselves available. And then further to Councillor Shine's idea of the portfolio roundtable system, we could then, take that to the administration centre in Oakey. There's already a forum there for us in Oakey as one of the principal towns in our region for us to meet with community and discuss council matters further after a community barbecue. So that's why, just out of conversation, that's why I think it'd be really nice for us on the side as a request, if I may, that we at some point in the near future, we connect directly with the CDO team to talk about the evolution of how we continue to improve to connect with our community as well. So just a couple of thoughts there.
Are there any other comments, Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My style of communication with people fits in with that, and I think I totally agree with that. We're not putting ourselves up there on the stage, and we're going to where the people are at their event that they normally have. And I think that's a really, really good idea. And that would, that I think achieves a whole lot more than a lot of other things that we might try to do. So I do totally support that. Thanks.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate that. So perhaps at the end of that, so in the options it does talk about the forum as an option. Could we perhaps say in conjunction with community development officers to choose the best time or something along those lines so that it picks up on those messages around it? It could be an existing event or it could be something else, just so that it gives guidance to Kylie and to Daryl, so that you've got that. With that added in there, I'm happy to move it as it.
So you're comfortable with what's there in front of you under that's council adopt option 2, point 1, and point 2 is some consultation with community development officers. So you're comfortable with that? You're putting that forward, Councillor McDonald.
Could I just ask a question?
I'll get a seconder first. Councillor McDonald has moved. Second to Councillor Carl. Councillor Shine, you have a question?
Yeah, just a question to Kylie, if I could. I think our discussion last week, certainly from my perspective, was that the best time would be on a weekend, probably on a Sunday. That's been ruled out, I take it, but because of expense, or the reason I suggested it was because that's the most available time for most citizens who are not working to attend. But there might be practical reasons that you've thought of that preclude that from happening.
My thinking, Councillor Shine, Sunday was raised last week, but in order to get the best benefit for the community, we have to meet the community on their terms, is potentially where I'm sitting, and Daryl probably through CDOs has a better perspective on what would work for community to be able to participate in these types of forums. So Daryl?
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. We did, after last week's, did chat to the team, engagements that happened, and it was an interesting one about nearly keeping some of those sacred for the stuff that happens around sports and a whole range of ones. But that midweek, working with that community, and if in unpacking what that might look like, and Councillor Bill mentioned it might be at Oakey where they do have a barbecue, but it might be a community hall. So actually working with that community to unpack what's the best day, afternoons, midweek, the things they want to get out of it as well. So the ability not to be too prescriptive, but to work with them. But definitely was, for a lot of the community we talked to, or we raised some stuff through the team, was midweek would be better. Yep.
So Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carl is mover and second. Are you happy with what's on the thing? You have a question, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just, in my mind, I don't know what's going to be different to what we're doing now.
Are you speaking against the motion?
Yes, I guess so, if we're going into debate, but I'm just asking the question. I don't know. In my mind, I don't understand what's going to be different to what we're doing now.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah,
you can
not
speak
necessarily going into debate per se, but just, Councillor Carl, you might have a think about this as well. So the bigger difference here is that there will be some more formal format to this, which gives community members an opportunity to talk with each of those present and also talk with each of those groups. So noting that we've also included to participate in previously arranged community activities, that's fine. That's what you're talking about, Councillor Carl. The I after or before adopt, they need to be maybe instead of a full stop, include the community forum. So take it, include the community forum. So that picks up on exactly what the difference is. So the difference is around a presentation and the opportunity to talk to others. Councillor Carl, are you comfortable with that now? So I'm happy to move that as it is.
As it stands there now, and Councillor
Stands
Carl,
there,
you're
yeah.
comfortable seconding that? Anyone wishing to speak against that motion? If not, I'll put that. Those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Right, where are we, Brian? Item 5 of that element, best practice standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings. Bailey, did you wish to make any comments prior to us considering this? And you've been involved heavily in... Yeah? Thank you all very much for coming in. Farewell. Yep. Over to you, Bailey.
At the FMBS meeting, it was the last matter we discussed, and it sort of wrapped up pretty quickly as the last item. So one of the items that was raised to change in the standing orders to 2 business days. Technically, I probably need to make some comment on that. If we're issuing the agenda on Friday, and it goes out late Friday, then the question is that we'd be struggling for the 2 business days, and I'd have to look at the planning of meetings. My recommendation is to leave it at 2 days at the moment in the standing orders, and then I would review it later in the year to make sure that we give you the time. If I put 2 business days in there automatically, for example, if the agenda's going out late Friday, you've got a meeting Tuesday, we could come foul of not giving you enough notice. So the preference is to leave it as 2 days for now, but I will take your recommendation and review the standing orders that would look with the timing as well. So that's the only feedback that I had at this stage.
Councillor Summerfield and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thanks, Bailey, for your response. And I understand where you're coming from. But having said that, it means that we could get it on Saturday night. We do work most weekends, pretty well all of us. Most weekends we work. So under this current document, it gives council the right to deliver it to us on Saturday night. I'm not sure about you, but I don't want to be doing it on Saturday night. But at the end of the day, legally, if we adopt this today, that's what council can do. And if councillors come back and complain at any stage that we're receiving this on a Saturday night to be read completely by Tuesday morning, knowing that we do all this other stuff as well, I think it'd be great sometimes for staff to see how full our diaries are. I'm not sure about anyone else, but I'm overwhelmed at the moment by the amount of stuff in our diaries. And that's without dealing with our emails and our phone calls. So, and it's no fault of the staff at all that they don't understand that. It's simply that that's the way it is. So under this, legally, council can say, well, that's the standing orders. We can give it to you on Saturday night. So, or Sunday morning for that matter. So I would like to see some sort of amendment, whether it be 3 days, so that we do get it by Friday night at the latest. Whatever it is that it needs to be so that we get it by Friday night at the latest.
Okay, so I'll take those comments on board. I'm not looking from the intent of delivering it on a Saturday. I'm just providing some advice for compliance. Just saying that if we change it to 2 business days, then essentially if we issue it on Friday late, then 2 business days isn't complete until 6 o'clock on Tuesday. So I'm giving you just a technical view of if we change that into the standing ordinance, that it's more about a compliance point. We can take that feedback on board, and then I can, at a later date, provide what I think the timing should be to ensure that you don't get it on the weekend. My feedback is just for compliance purposes. If you change it to 2 business days, then essentially you may hit a technicality of compliance and the agenda being issued in accordance with the standing orders.
Yeah, thank you. And I provided my feedback on that, and I personally believe it needs to be at least 3 days if we're not going to make it 2 business days.
Okay.
And that would allow for it to be as late as Friday night. Is that right?
3 business days.
No, 3 days. They don't want to
3
make it, excuse me, they don't want to make it 2 business days, so can we make it 3 days, is what I'm asking.
Has there been a hiccup with this?
Yes, because the previous standing orders had 2 business days.
Have we received our notification of meeting and all the agenda and so forth any later than Friday?
No, we haven't, but under this, it means we can.
Yep.
And we're saying that we need more time than two days.
You had a comment, Councillor McDonald, and then Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I guess this has come from the state. We have the option to change that, but it would need a separate motion. That's just a comment to do that, which would then direct to do it. However, the challenge will be April, where we have Easter on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So even if we said two business days, that would take us back to Wednesday the week before, which, you know, that's why the 3 days is probably a fairer indication, given that no one would expect our staff to be in here on Good Friday to be putting together the agenda, so you would assume you would get it on the Thursday in any respect. But I certainly respect the position that Councillor Nancy has taken, because it is a change in the wording that from a public availability of the document, which is also important, then there's that unknown as to when that might become available as well. So maybe 3 days is the option, but you would have to make that change. So adopt the standing orders from the state, with exception to two days, changing it to 3 days. Then I think you're done.
Yes, that can be easily done. So I'm just giving advice for compliance. So my job is to put some standing orders, and I appreciate Councillor Summerfield's comments and everyone's comments in the room. I'm just giving advice to make sure we comply with our standing orders. So if you change it to 2 business days, then compliance may be an issue, and I also take the feedback of 3 days as well. So I'm providing advice to make sure that the standing orders work for us as we go forward from a compliance point of view. To vary the existing standards, it'll be just to adopt it and then pass a resolution to say that we vary that particular section and change it from 2 days to 3 days. So that would be taken as a motion. So that's fairly processed, if that's what. I haven't had a look at the impact of what 3 days would do internally for reporting in our processes. So just letting you know that as well. I haven't had that discussion with the CEO. So
I'll just get the CEO to make a comment, if you would, please, Brian.
Councillors, regardless of what these standing orders say, we always get it out on the Friday, and that's our intention to do that, just to make sure that obviously we don't want staff working on a Saturday for a start. We do have flexible work arrangements with our staff, so they can actually, if they have to go into Friday evening to get it out, they can work from home. We've got connectivity for all that to happen. We haven't failed yet in relation to that, and I would suggest that the only time we would fail is if there's some kind of technicality with the technology that would actually prevent us doing that. But we have no intention of not trying to get it out to councillors as soon as possible, depending if it's going to be if the meeting happens to fall on, say, on the Easter, then you'd want to make sure you had it out on the Thursday night. So we always just try to get out the last business day before that weekend, whether it be a long weekend or a short weekend. We haven't failed. There's no intention to do so, and in practice, it's not going to make any difference really to the way that we do it. We don't request that there's any extra time given to what the current arrangements are. And if there was a technical fault, then it would be a technical fault that would be beyond our control at that particular point in time. So we've always got it out on the Friday night or the Thursday night before.
Councillor Summerfield, you wish to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. And Brian, I agree with everything you say. This is not about, it's not a reflection on what's been happening in the past, because you have always delivered. And whenever there's been a technical issue, we in the past have had our agendas printed off and delivered to our door. So we do know that that is the case, but we need, you know, it's leaving the door open when it shouldn't be. It should be what is reasonable. And Councillor McDonald raises a good point in that we also have a duty to the public to get it out to them as well as the councillors. So I think having the documentation right is good practice, and thank you for the work that the staff have done to date in ensuring that we do get them on time. And it certainly, I certainly wasn't suggesting that they weren't. It's just that this is what we adhere to, is this document, and it should be right. Thank you.
Councillor Shine, then Councillor Carl.
Just a question to the CEO, really. At times when the volume is really great, you know, literally several thousand pages to read, I often wondered whether it was possible to have it prepared earlier rather than the Friday night. There might be good reasons why not. You might like to comment on that.
I think it's just the actual process of producing the reports, reviewing the reports, going through the executive leadership team, and then getting feedback and changes over that period of time, and then allowing time for our officers, our agenda officers, to actually put the documentation together, make the changes. It's quite a involved process, and it's probably unfair to bring it back too much further. It would just, I think, put a lot of pressure, much more pressure on the staff in relation to that.
Councillor Shine. Councillor Carl, sorry. Already had Councillor Shine.
Chair, I guess my question was along that lines, Brian, is what's the impacts? But further to that, through you, Chair, to Bailey as well, when's the likely timing for that review so that we can consider going back to the 2 business days as per the original thing, if we in fact do that? So I'm just trying to get my head around do we have an idea of the impacts of complying or mitigating the risk of not complying by being concrete in our deliberation here? And what's the likely timing that we'll understand that? Because I wouldn't like to see us make a decision here today with an open-ended arrangement that, you know, until we do a review. So I'm asking Bailey, any ideas of when that might come back for us to be comfortable to perhaps vote on this today, or do we? I'm erring on the side of caution, I guess. I don't want to put the organisation in a spot where it's got to manage. We need to understand the impacts from that side, but we also need to be cognizant of how we mitigate the risk to the lowest end of the scale on not complying, and the timing of when that might come back.
Okay. It will be subject to CEO's direction what work needs to be undertaken. But just to give you a quick example, let's say that we change the 2 business days. Your meeting on Tuesday, just explain a little bit clearer. We've got to give 2 business days notice. Let's say we got the agenda out on Friday at 4 o'clock, okay? 2 business days from that date is not till 4 p.m. Tuesday the following week, so we fail the compliance test. So that's all I'm saying is my job is to look at what we're about to adopt as a council and give you advice. So I'm not against the 2 business days. I think it's a reasonable suggestion. So it's just a question of going back and having a look what the workflow is up to meet that 2 business days, and subject to CEO and GMs, it might end up being, you know, that the report's got to go out Thursday by a certain time to meet that compliance test. So I'm just giving you advice and standing up here and letting you know if you change the 2 business days and a report goes out Friday at 4 o'clock, you don't hit the agenda, 4 o'clock, 2 business days, Tuesday at 4 p.m, but you've already started the meeting at 9 a.m. So my job is to give you advice, and obviously, you know, it's going back and having a look at what time frame suits to get to those 2 business days, if that's what the council wants to adopt. And obviously, that's an area for the CEOs and GMs to look at their time flows as well.
So,
Further comment, councillor Cole, and then
yeah,
councillor
just,
Von Hoff.
look, and maybe we need to approach this from a slightly different perspective, and do we actually, and can we actually change the statutory meeting day to the Wednesday to afford a little bit more flexibility around, you know, accounting for weekends, long weekends, that sort of stuff? Do we change it to a Wednesday? That's possibly another approach for us to consider in order to mitigate from the organisation's point of view, the workload, the flow, and also for us to make sure we're complying. I don't know.
That's a decision for councillors and the CEO.
Yep.
I'm just providing advice.
So maybe as the review comes back to us through your chair, CEO, maybe that we consider that as an option. Is that a possibility? Look, I'm only putting it out there. That's for councillors to decide whether Tuesdays or Wednesdays, whether it stays the same. But I'm just saying maybe we need to consider that in order of how the workflow goes through the organisation, how they're compiled and the timing. So we're mitigating risk from both organisationally, compliance, as far as the bordering goes.
I wish to comment, Mr. CEO.
The only thing there is we do have those special meetings on a Wednesday, so you'd lose that opportunity for those special meetings that we have for planning on a Wednesday. So you'd have to think about where that fits in. Do you swap that or whatever? Yeah.
And I guess that's something would have to be generated by a motion within council to change the date at some later date, after due consideration.
Maybe that's part of the component of the review. Don't know.
Thanks, councillor Cole. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Bailey has just highlighted something. So current standing orders state that the agenda has to be circulated 2 business days prior to the meeting. We're currently failing, therefore, our compliance test.
So currently it's 2 days, and we'd like to change it to 2 business days, which I'm supportive of.
I thought Councillor Summerfield was saying it's actually currently 2 business days.
Okay.
This is the one that says 2 days.
Okay.
So that's the change that Councillor Summerfield is highlighting. So we're currently failing our compliance test.
Okay, any further comments? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, look, it's been a good discussion, but I think if we were to just simply add that adopt the best practice so-and-so, such and such date, such and such, with the exception of 2 days to become 3 days, I think it would clarify and satisfy the majority of the room.
So you're wanting
with
that
the
to be
exception
brought
of agendas being available, with the exception of agendas being available, 3 from 2 days to become 3 days. Something along those lines that it's a pretty simple request. I've got to be honest with you. I don't think this isn't worth a 20-minute conversation. I've got to be fair. So it's simply just saying that we adopt the best practice, with the exception of agendas being available, amended from 2 days to 3 days. Being amended from 2 days to 3 days. And I think that covers it.
So, Bailey, the process, if that were to happen, was to bring something back to council, or is this final?
Put a motion up that you'd like to accept. So that means that, for example, if you've got a 9 o'clock meeting, so it just means on Tuesday, you'd want agendas out early Friday, which is, I'm assuming that's the case at present anyway. So.
Yep. So bring them forward on Friday.
I don't think there needs to be any further discussion, and I'm happy to move a procedural motion to take it to the vote.
Okay. moved by councillor McDonald, and there's no need for a seconder with a procedural motion. So that closes the debate. The motion before you is...
We need to firstly vote, Mr Mayor, sorry to interrupt, we need to firstly vote that we can have the procedural motion.
Yep.
So...
A procedural motion, those in favour of the procedural motion? It's carried.
Now we've got the vote.
We'll move forward, and the motion is before you.
And I'm happy to move it if you don't have a mover.
Yeah, righto, I'll take that. Councillor Summerfield has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That's carried. Right, we move then to economic development. There's no items there. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carroll and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to our monthly financial performance statement. Anne-Marie. Councillor Carl's leaving the room.
Morning, Mayor. Morning, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to present councillors with the monthly performance statement as required by Section 204 for the period ending 28th of February. So page 20 of 119 on Diligent Boards highlights the February implications. So at the end of February, Council held just over 99 million in unrestricted cash, or 4.4 months coverage. That's compared with Queensland Treasury Corporation's target of 2 to 4 months and the department's financial sustainability guidelines targeted of greater than 2 months. So those guidelines haven't been implemented yet. If we move on to the consolidated financial performance statement, page 26 of 119, and I did provide councillors with some detail around those variances by email yesterday. So overall operating income is tracking at 5.8 million or 2% below budget. Fees and charges and interest received both tracking above budget, and these budgets will be reviewed as part of the budget review 2 process. You can see there the challenges around flood recovery, grant funding, receipt and recognition, and I think that's quite evident with the variances both in operational and capital. At this stage, though, it is anticipated that the full year's budget will be achieved. So we have carried out a full review ahead of the budget review and looking at all those various events, and we do believe that we will achieve the full budget. And moving on to operating expenditure, again tracking well, variance of just 1.3 million or 1% above budget. Material services and other expenditure, that will be reviewed as part of budget review 2 as well. So we will be looking at additional income being offset with additional expenditure there. With our capital income tracking overall above budget, 4.7 million or 15%. Again, flood recovery works tracking below budget, with the full year budget is still forecasted to be achieved at this stage. And capital expenditure tracking to budget, a variance of just 1%.
Any questions for the GM? Any comments? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, with the capital works expenditure year to date for the February 2023, FMBS is at 48%. What's the bulk of that?
Yeah, so it's just timing difference. There are significant commitments there, and again, we've done a full review over those projects coming up to the budget review. That budget review being an opportunity to amend those budgets, but I've been assured by the team that we are on track to deliver the full budget this year.
And I mean, maybe it's through you or maybe to Mike if he's here, about fleet and logistics, what's sort of happening there?
Now, there will be some budget give back as part of the budget review in Fleet and Logistics area.
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie, for your report. Just with the grants, the op income and the cap revenue between the two of them are nearly $14 million, and you're confident that that will be fine? Is that what you're saying, that both the total consolidated?
So what we do with income recognition, we have to be very conservative, and we're guided by the accounting guidelines. So we receive funding, and significant dollars are currently sitting on the balance sheet where we haven't brought them to account because we haven't satisfied particular milestones. And then there are other events. So I think we're all aware of the number of different events we had over the last 18 months. So each one of those events have a series of works, and each of those works are a separate submission. So each submission is reviewed, and sometimes we receive the income in advance, sometimes we don't. So we're aware there's about 6 million coming in this month for an event last year that will be recognised immediately. So we've gone through each of those events and the income around those, and we are comfortable that we will achieve the full budget in both operating and capital for this financial year.
Thank you. I really just wanted to hear you say you were confident that we would meet the figures, so I appreciate that explanation. So, Anne-Marie, and it's sort of around that whole money spent versus what's in the ground stuff that I ask about all the time. But I was looking at that when I was reading it really early this morning, and I was thinking, so say a portfolio, this is an example I've come up with, so say a portfolio had 27 projects to deliver within that, say, $60 million budget that they had allocated to them. I'm just wondering what that looks like when we look at these numbers. We're just seeing how much money is being spent, and I'm just wondering, so in addition to what's actually been put in the ground, also how many of the projects are done. So say one portfolio got to the end of the financial year and they spent all their money, but did they do all their projects that were allocated to that money, or was that overspend? So I'm just wondering about clarity. I just feel we don't get the full picture, and I know I keep asking questions around this, but I don't feel that we're fully understanding how the budget's being spent, rolled out, whatever. Thanks.
So at the end of every quarter, so the end of June, September, December and March, we provide councillors with the detailed capital listing with the practical completion column on the far right. And I acknowledge practical completion means something different for different operational areas. So following our discussions at the end of January, we've taken on a project to define that practical completion. So we're going to add in a separate column. So there'll be two columns on the right for the March reporting, with some definitions around full life of project and when it's just a single year project. So I'm hoping to bring some clarity to that for the March reporting, the end of March reporting. And there will also be an opportunity at budget review, which we're looking at tomorrow. So we have a full capital reprioritisation report with every single capital project, with details of any movements and what's happening with those. So hopefully those two measures will give you the information, properly informed.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, through the GM, I've asked, it's the same question that Councillor Summerfield asked, Councillor Megan asked just before actually, but the GM of infrastructure is in the room now, so I just wondered through you, if Mike, you might be able to talk a little bit around fleet, and noting that there, as the GM Finance and Business has indicated, there may be a give back, if you like, of some of the funding. Could you just comment on the challenges of fleet, noting that the number of projects is 3, which is an unusual number for fleet, I would have thought, and then the significant challenges that you have, and wondered what your feelings were for the rest of the financial year.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for the question. The first thing with the program for the fleet, our budget's in the order of about 15 million, or just over 15 million annually, or this year. What we report on to council is 3 programs: heavy fleet, heavy vehicles, the light, and so we break it into 3. And I'm just trying to think of the other one off the top of my head. But basically, it just gets broken into 3 areas. Okay, so light vehicles, heavy vehicles, and I think there's another. I'll call it other for the moment. Just quickly, why it is a very volatile market out there in regards to supply of plant and equipment from around the world. As we know, Australia imports all light vehicles now. We don't manufacture any, and we import all heavy vehicles. We do assembly in Australia on some models, but again, the order lists are up to from 12 months out to 24 months, and I even have heard now up to 3 years in some categories of heavy plant and fleet. When we look at the logistics of getting, when we make an order for that to actually come into Australia, obviously it then comes in on shipping, and there's question marks on shipping around the world on timing, and then it hits ports, and I know of various slowdowns in certain ports in Australia and all sorts of things. So our advisors struggle to give us definite dates. We make contact weekly with the majority of our suppliers and get weekly updates. And what we're bringing, so it's actually, they do aim to under-promise and over-deliver. And as we did last year, I think our suppliers ended up providing us $3 or $4 million worth of fleet in the last week of June. So there's a degree of uncertainty, and what we've done with a very risk approach to delivery on certain equipment. So equipment last month that was confirmed that would be delivered by 30th of June, there was 1 truck worth $500,000. Has now gone out to probably July delivery, and we've also got another drop that's coming. It's on a ship. We hope the ship gets to Australia, and that's the sort of thing. So those are the sorts of uncertainties that we deal with. So what we've done for budget review 2 is just looked at the risk of delivery or non-delivery before the 30th of June, and whether that's shifted in regards to what the vehicle industry is giving us. For instance, light vehicles, we still have 90 of those to be delivered before the 30th of June. And so we're taking a risk-based approach that maybe 10% of those won't be. So there's $300,000 there, $350,000 there. So it's managing the risk to where we see the risk currently is. And so what we're trying to provide in BR to the council is the very latest information we have to give council the best advice.
Councillor Von Hoff, and then I've got Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm going to take the opportunity while Mr Brady is up there to ask a question through you to him. It's the same question I've asked for the last 3 months of meetings. Under the Group Key Priority Projects report, we've got a 95% completion on the Russell Street refresh. And my question's been, how are we measuring success on that project? Is it increased foot traffic? Is it increased business to those businesses in Russell Street? We've got the year-to-date actuals of 2.48 million, an overspend of $388,000. So how are we measuring success on that, please, GM Brady?
First of all, I do need to give you my apologies, Councillor Vonnoff, for not getting that question without notice out to you earlier. And though I have got it to you, I think, in the last 3 minutes. I've just sent if I can refer councillors to an email I've just had sent out to you. It has been in progress of being prepared. And basically it gives you the benefits realisation, that approach that we've taken in regards to the project, as well as a note out of the funding application that we did make to the government of the day. And a couple other aspects of the questions from January. As I said, I do apologise that I couldn't get that to you earlier. We're just in the midst of just the final little bits and pieces, and mainly just artwork, waiting for the finalisation of the artwork going in at the moment, and that's why we're basically leaving it as 95% complete. You know, if I calculated it down, it might be close to 98%, but for the sake of saying it's all but complete, and we're looking at the official opening, which has been firmed up with the state and the mayor's diaries as they are at the moment. There is a chance that these things do have a habit of changing occasionally, depending on what ministers are up to on the day. So, hopefully that gives a sense of what we measure and what we look at in respect to projects.
Follow up, if I might, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Vonhoff.
Thank you, Chair. So thanks for that, Mike. So I see that there's the three measures that we're using is going to be the increased pedestrian and cyclist activity, reduced traffic and increased economic activity. And they've got different milestones to start the count 3 to 6 months after completion. So we're at 95% now. The official opening that you just referred to, that's when those counts start, and then we come back at 3 and 6 months and see if we've met those targets for the measures of success. Is that correct?
In essence, obviously, hopefully we've got a bit of before project information that's gone into the project's now a few years old, obviously. We've had COVID in between, we've had all sorts of things that we've dealt with. So yeah, it's a measure against what was before and what happens after. So within 3 to 6 months, by the end of the year, one would hope we'd have been able to assess that and get an idea of those elements of success or how they've gone forward.
We'll take a question from Councillor McMahon. You had your hand up, Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Anne-Marie, actually. Thank you for the report. I'm enjoying it. Thanks, Mike. No questions for you at the moment. But Anne-Marie, I just want to pick up on the unrestricted cash reserves that we have. I note the QTC has some parameters, and can I say you and your team do a tremendous job of sticking to those parameters of 3 to 6 months in pretty much every report that I've read from you guys. When we get comments from the community saying it's still $100 million of cash that just sits there in savings, you know, you're putting our rates up and you've got that. My question is twofold. Is the QTC, there was some talk of changing that ratio of 3 to 6 months? And secondly, what do we do with that cash? Does it literally just sit in a bank? Thanks.
We have, so first of all, Queensland Treasury Corporation's target is 3 to 6 months, but the proposed target from the department under the new guidelines that are still yet to be implemented is greater than 2 months. So we're satisfying both of those targets at this stage. We have a comprehensive investment policy, And I believe I shared that with councillors a couple of months ago, and actually a report of where we invest and when. So we invest on a daily basis. So if you take, for example, rates payment due date, the 8th of March, so we can expect significant dollars actually to hit our bank on the 8th of March, and we invest as per that policy across numerous different financial institutions.
So the unrestricted gets invested. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Shine and McDonald. Councillors, we will move to adjourn in a moment, but Councillor Carol Taylor, you have a bit of information that's been handed through to you, quite sad, but we'll...
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor, can we just go to the vote? Just vote that last
sorry,
one.
those in favour? Carried.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I heard yesterday of an accident in Central Highlands Council. One of their outside staff sadly has died in a machinery accident, and I'd just like, you know, on behalf of our council, I'd like, recognising our local government family, that we might observe a minute's silence for that worker.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you.
I'm quite comfortable with that. Would you stand, please? Thank you very much. Would someone like to move we adjourn for this? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor McDonald, those in favour? Got it right that time, Councillor McDonald. We'll adjourn. So, 10 minutes. Councillors, we'll resume the meeting and we move now to group reports and the first group report is planning and development. I'll call Nicola down to present that. I got the Nicola right.
Someone else rang me and Siri has not.
Good morning, councillors. I'm very pleased to present you with our group report for planning and development, and I would like to open it up to any questions you might have.
Any questions around the room for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Nicola. Nicola, on page 31 of Board Books, I think it's page 2 of your report. It's the second dot point from the top, talking about the community group and UniSQ in support of a grant application for Queensland Environment Sustainability around koala action research grants. What I was interested was around the second last sentence where it says for koala capture, tagging and data recording for the inland rail koala research. Given that Inland Rail, Board of the Gowrie, is working through their EIS, a significant part of that is the koala. Do you know around timing for that information that goes through to perhaps to the Inland Rail?
Thank you for the question, councillor. So this was a letter in support of an application that was made for a grant. I would need to have a look to see when the grant application closing date was and when the Queensland government would make a decision in respect of that application. So that's the fact that they've applied does not necessarily mean that they'll be successful, but we did provide a letter in support of this particular body of research.
Any further questions? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to find, here we go. On Saturday, GM Nicola, I went to an event out at Amaroo and it was about the Sustainability Showcase. And I just want to congratulate Jade Bebbington. Jade did an excellent job presenting, and she presented about Toowoomba Region's design, warm temperate climate building design guidelines. It was very well received by the group out there, and the information she gave was integral to where we are going as a council at the moment. And I spoke to some of the organisers after Jade's presentation, and I encouraged them to speak to their members to get on Have Your Say, to talk about what their expectations are in regards to our planning scheme and our neighbourhoods and lot orientation, because that was a lot of what the presentations were on Saturday, and it was an excellent day by the organisers. But I just wanted to congratulate Jade. It was very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll pass that comment on. And I should say for Jade, so the warm temperate guidelines is a guideline that's been very, very well received. So there's a body of work that Jade and her team are currently doing, and they intend to take that same approach to the way that they publish the findings of reports. So you'll be seeing many more resources like that into the future, but I'll certainly pass on your comments for Jade.
Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Bill Kyle, those in favour? Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Nicole. Jake. Jake Brazier will present the Water and Waste Services report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, councillors. General Manager Platt sends his apologies. He's out with some of our staff going through their council survey sessions, so sends his apologies not being here today. It is again my pleasure to present to you the group report for Water and Waste Services Group for February 2023, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions for the acting GM? No questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, Jake.
Thank you, councillors.
We move then to item 10.3, which is infrastructure services. Mike Brady.
Good morning again, councillors. Please find our group report for February 2023 attached there and tabled for your information. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your report, Mike. Might need to take this on notice, but it's just a question and a follow-up of a motion passed on the 15th of November 2022, and it was about the Council's inner and outer CBD parking framework, and it was a review of the residential parking permit of the outer city centre and working with the schools within the outer city centre to review the parking restriction, in particular time limits. So I'm just wondering how that was going and where we're at with it, please.
Yeah, I might take that as a question without notice if I can and come back to you on that with a timing. A lot of that's sort of tied in, as you can probably understand, with the review that's planned for the next financial year, with all the parking strategy, because we, as I sort of explained, tried not to do things too much individually. Try to make sure what we do is a comprehensive approach. But no, I'll take those on board.
Thanks, GM. Just as a follow-up, if I may, thank you. Part of the motion was for a review of in 2023-24, but the part of the motion with working within the schools was to ideally happen before the end of this financial year. So that's why I was doing a follow-up. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Councillor O'Shea, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thanks, Mr. Brady. Just a question. Mike, can you just give us an update? I know a lot of that flood restoration work and the funding and that sort of thing's been ongoing and going back quite a period of time. We had quite a backlog of it. And just note a few more that we info in the report about that. Where do we sit with all of those works? Roughly, what's the progress of those? Are we still playing catch up with that, or are we? How's our progress?
There's a lot happening, as you would be. You'd have some awareness there, Councillor O'Shea. I just got to be cautious at the moment. We're just right in the middle of the procurement process for two major contractors. That's what we're putting on, and that's hopefully a report to council in April to confirm that, or to finalise that procurement arrangements there. So that's for the bulk of the works. We've all got all the submissions are in except 3 or 4 which will be in before the end of this month. That'll make, I think, 21 submissions under the program. There's the priority works that we commenced with the BR1 funding that council gave to us. That's all. The bulk of that first tranche of work is by our own teams is all but completed or getting closer to that. And I've got some other senior level meetings with QRA over the coming week, so before I go away. So there's a lot happening in progressing that. We'll be talking to them on a number of matters in regards to the delivery of the program. But the next 18 months, 12 or 18 months, will be very, very busy across the region. So there's a lot of work happening behind the scenes in building the teams that we need to complete those works.
Sorry. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow that. Thanks, Mike. And I suppose another question along that is, we know the pressures obviously on the road network, and we've had all the wet weather events that we've spoken about. We've had not as much wet weather in recent times. Has that helped us catch up on that workload, like in terms of just the rehabilitation of our roads and issues like that, generally speaking?
Definitely the recent dry weather over the last few months has enabled our teams to get back into sections of the network that were basically closed and still underwater right until nearly the end of last year. So it was only since November, December, as we hit a bit of a dry spell across the region, that we've really been able to do a number of jobs. There was a number of projects that we were trying to get into for months, and gear would only go in and get bogged. So we're back into a lot of those works where we did have that, very soft subgrades, very boggy subgrades and stuff. You go off the pavement and they'd sink up to their axle. So fortunately, weather has been a little bit more favourable over the last few months.
Councillor Carroll-Taylor, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate our teams on doing the Reaper works and the actual works that we, council, put forward for the millions of dollars that we put forward for those works to be completed. But through you to Mike, I think there's probably still, I note we're up to, I believe it's 140 million, or has it surpassed that, Mike? I think it probably has, but there'd be still some packages to be to go through to QRA. So it is a long process. It's 2 years that we have to do that, and I think our people have been out there as well as doing their normal maintenance work. They've been actually taking these essential works and restoring where they can. So I note, and you see some of the photos here. It's not all covered. But some of the roads that you drive on, I mean, you can note the difference, and they've been out there, and the community's very grateful, and they have worked very hard, and I'd like to congratulate them on that. But the question, I guess, is that what is the value now to our 5 events that I think were condensed into 3, and number 2, we've still got some packages perhaps to be approved, have we?
Most definitely. As I said, we've made the submissions, but we've only had, of the 21 submissions, only 4 have been approved. So there's a lot of uncertainty about the value at the moment, and I think it's well in, it could be well in excess of the figure that you mentioned, Councillor Taylor. But I can't give a number with certainty to council at this stage. I'm hoping as we come through next month with the report in regards to the procurement of our contractors, that we'll be able to give council a more informed information around what that quantum may be.
Thanks, Mark. And I think just really for the community to understand, it's a massive job, and we really can't go ahead with some of those packages until we get approval for them. Was hence why that pre-work came to council, because we wanted to get started on it. So hopefully when we get the contractors on board, that things will start to move a bit faster. But there has been a lot of work done, and it is a process that we have to follow with QRA. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Melissa Taylor, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark, again. Apologies for not bringing this forward earlier, but I believe that council officers et al. Have been having discussions with TMR in regards to the North-South corridor. And as discussed, TMR have had discussions with the development industry. I'm just wondering, do you have any information as to when an update will be coming to council, and also an update on when the community will be involved in those discussions, please?
I might take that as a question without notice and come back. I've been waiting, awaiting some to be informed back by TMR. I've asked basically those similar type questions. And I had some indication last week, but they were wanting to go away and confirm that. So if I can come back to you, I'll chase them up for an answer to those questions and advise council accordingly.
Will it be fair comment, Mr GM, that this matter has become quite political and it's being handled at a fairly high level?
Yeah, the protocols within TMR of meeting with council and different things like that do take set by senior levels within the state, so within TMR. So I'll follow up on the question and come back to council with it.
I believe Neil Scales is having a luncheon in Brisbane with Roads Australia on the 25th of May, so might be able to ask him a question or two there perhaps.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks very much, Mike. We'll move now to item 10.4, Environment and Community Services. Nick.
Thank you, councillors.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Nick, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. The Environment Community Services Group monthly report is included in your agenda papers, and I'm happy to take any questions.
First of all, Councillor Von Hoff, do you have a question? Then Councillor McMahon.
I do. Thank you, Chair. Through you. Nick, on the front page, the first page of your report, you talk about the use of ChatGPT. And in this instance, it was used for some marketing materials. And you talk about some of the other activities that you hope to be able to use it for in the future. My question is through you, Chair, to the CEO, and whether or not ChatGPT is already being used in council, and if it's not, what the potential uses are being considered at the moment.
I'm unaware of whether it has been used by individuals within the organisation. There's certainly no push for us to actually do so in relation to that. The issue, I suppose, is about does it help or improve efficiency in the organisation, or does it hinder jobs in the organisation? There's implications both ways in relation to this one, and you can see in this case here they cited a marketing issue, which would normally be done probably by marketing experts. So from my perspective, I think it's early days as to the utility of this particular program or app for our council, but it's something I think that we will have to look at to see whether it does provide benefit to our organisation and whether we need to restrict that use or otherwise, and how we actually use that. It's early days for this artificial intelligence and the use of that within organisations, and the impacts that it may make in organisations right throughout the world, in particular industries as well, where some of the skills that were in the domain of professionals are now available to be in somebody's hands in 3.5 seconds, basically. So it's something we would need to look at to see, is it something we want to use? Is there any, what's the pros and cons, I suppose, of using that? Should we be promoting it or should we be restricting it? I'm not sure where we go with this at this point in time.
Okay, subsequent question, Chair. So thank you for that. Thanks for that, Brian. So those considerations that you've raised, they, I imagine, would be active because it's up and running now. And you talked about some of the organisations that are in the middle of it. Universities, for instance, are having to move ahead because the students are already using ChatGPT. So I think it is something that this council needs to consider, and I'm sure that the councillors would appreciate an understanding of your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Von Hoff, for the question. I think it's a game changer, and we're all working out how to deal with it. But, Chair, if I might, a comment and a couple of questions. Nick, I suppose I just wanted to highlight that there is a lot of stuff going on here, and perhaps just take a minute to congratulate all of your team, no matter who they are or what position they are, on how well everything seems to be running, happening, and an 81% capital works program at this point in time is, I suppose, above target. So from where I sit in the helicopter view, It really looks that, community environment is running really well. And things like 43,000 people at the community rooms in the library is worth highlighting. I was in Millmerran this week for an overnight, and great to see the progress of the Millmerran pool coming along very well, and certainly the community's keen. I don't know what the Dungeons and Dragons Club is in the library, but I'm happy to take an invite and go and meet those guys and learn something new. That's cool. And I was very excited to be at Lake Anna, Nick, on Sunday with a large group of friends with little kids, and I said, the toilets will be closed, they're still shut, and then if you came back, no, they're open, ready to go. So it's not in your report, but congratulations to your team on getting those facilities reopened after a terrible arson attack May last year. So my questions, the Drive Queensland event down in Melbourne, and I appreciate it wasn't TRC, we were there as part of Drive Queensland, but all the work we're doing with our caravans and camping strategy to have people come up here and travel through the region, I wondered if you had any positive interactions or comments come back from that display down in Melbourne.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. No, look, I haven't had any direct feedback in relation to our local content, particularly around that. I can always check with the team and circulate something for you for your information if you like.
That'd be great. Nick, on notice. Finally, the President's Forum under Sport and Rec, this isn't something I was aware that we do, but really see the need to it. Great to see 30 sporting clubs come together, talk about field use, fees and charges, those kind of things. I do know sporting clubs are doing it. A lot of them are struggling for numbers at the moment, and it's good that we can do our bit. Do you have any information, or does it need to be on notice? I'm all right with how that went, and what were the takeaways that our sporting organisations were saying from that?
The intent of the President's Forum is to ensure that clubs who utilise council's sporting facilities understand the portal or the mechanism through which they can make their requests and raise their concerns and have them addressed. And I think that works quite well. I don't hear from you too often on Saturdays and Sundays when lights won't turn on or irrigations come on unexpectedly or something like that. So it works very well in making sure presidents and club committee members are aware of the portal into council. It also provides us with an opportunity to address with those presidents and those sporting clubs things like volunteerism and how to attract and retain volunteers and whatever the topics might be of the day. So it happens annually. It's been in operation for probably half a dozen years now or thereabouts, and quite a good initiative, I think, quite successful.
No, thanks for that. And just follow up if I may. Obviously, where we're heading as a council, we've got sports teams, some are growing, some are wanting new fields. We have limited council fields in town, and the main, I suppose, idea comes back, look, we're building Charlton, you'll be moving there. Some are saying, I don't want to move there, I want to change what I've got. So I'd welcome some increased dialogue with sport clubs around the transition to Charlton moving forward and how that works as well. But if that could be brought up at some sort of an event like that in the future, that'd be great. Thanks, Nick.
I've got Councillor O'Shea and then Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Nick. Just a question around, just on the first page there, around innovation, that's CitySafe. So the 3 new mobile public safety camera units to be integrated into our CitySafe network. First of all, I suppose it carries on from a topic we touched on this morning, obviously around youth crime or crime, and we've always asked that question with police, what role can TRC play or what can we do? So I think that's a good step to that. So I'd assume there's linkage through QPS of how they can be used or things along those lines. And my other question, it mightn't be for yourself, but just we were also through QPS, there was talk of cameras and things like that their cameras, but they were looking to install it on some of our infrastructure across TRC. Is that all? Sorry, that might be not your area. Sorry, but anyway, well, the other question is, yeah, it's I think that's a really good step, obviously around CitySafe, and I assume that has linkage with QPS around, and it's a good example of what we can do.
Yeah, it's a good observation. We have, our City Safe team has really good relationships with QPS, and they certainly would have access to any footage through these cameras in the same way they would with our other City Safe cameras, and following due process that's required. In relation to the installation, I think it was license plate recognition cameras and technology that they were seeking assistance with. I haven't had an update in recent times, but I know that dialogue was very open, and I'm not sure whether we'd successfully implemented anything yet or not. I'll check with our City Safe team. I know that they were involved in those conversations as well. The last I asked was a few weeks ago or a month ago, and I was told that the dialogue was continuing. It's quite positive, but I can get some more details and circulate.
Councillor Shine.
Yeah, on that point, do you want to?
Question, if I might, through you to Nick. Are these new cameras portable? I guess I suggest they might be, but then at first glance I couldn't see, but they do have wheels on them, so that's the advantage of them, I guess, where we can move them where there might be people gathering or something. Thank you.
That's
Thank
right.
you very
Yeah, they
much.
are portable.
Thanks, Councillor Carey.
Thanks,
Yes, Sean.
thanks, Mayor. I had a concern about the artificial intelligence item in innovation that was raised by Councillor Von Hoff before, about its introduction at all, and I was relieved somewhat by the CEO's explanation that it's early days, I think, and that introduction of it in any way further would be, I deduce from what he said, would be matter for consideration by council at some stage in the future, as opposed to a purely operational matter.
Brian.
That's a good question. From your response here, councillors would like to have an understanding of our intentions before we go there. So it's interesting. This is a really leading edge change that could happen right across all industries. It probably is operational, but it's probably one of those ones I'd like to keep council informed about where we're going with it. So I'm happy to do that, and I could maybe do that through my monthly reports.
Councillor Carl, you have a question?
Yeah, it's on that very topic, Chair, through you to Brian. Brian, from an overall risk perspective, I think when it's appropriate, when there's enough information that you feel that you have to talk to councillors about this. And the reason why I'm saying that is my meagre understanding of this new phase of technology is free at the moment largely, but that it will involve a charge in the future. So there is a cost consideration to council down the track. There's also, and I would like if possible, for Bailey to be involved in this consideration around the risk component and element of this. From an IP, an intellectual property perspective, because again, my meagre understanding of this is this artificial intelligence is all-consuming, and I think there needs to be some considered thought about how we feed this artificial intelligence with some of council's IP and what we're expecting of it. And in other words, our inputs could come at risk, be subject to risk down the track. So we just need to probably have our minds around that at an appropriate time, understanding those things. Am I sort of, yeah? I just think there's some considered measure for us, or measures for us to take. I know the university stuff was mentioned. There's some issues around how things make it into the literature, and there's a whole range of things. For us, and given the sensitivities around some of the things that council deal with, the last thing you would want to be is potentially exposed somewhere down the track from a preemptive or predictive technology and accessibility to that from others on a global basis too. There are those things to consider. So yeah, at the appropriate time, when you feel you've got some information to share with councils, I, for one, I think along with Councillor Shine, would appreciate that. We need to unpack that.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Brian, you wish to respond? Any other questions? If not, would someone move the receipt of that report, please? Just a moment, Anne-Marie. Councillor McMahon has moved. Councillor O'Shea has seconded. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, Brian has an important appointment that he can't. It's a funeral that he has to get to. Would someone be prepared to move that we amend the order for today and bring Brian's report forward, please? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you, Anne-Marie. And over to you, Brian, for your report.
Councillors, you have the report there. I'm just happy to take any questions if you'd like to ask any.
Any questions for the CEO? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report, Brian. So just with the PCE action plan on board books, page 56. Oh no, sorry, not that one. S2, which is on, sorry, now I've got it out of kilter. 61, is it? So S2, the recruitment of key personnel, I'm just wondering, is this on track? There seems to be, as per the comments provided in the report, to be a long-term issue with staffing in this area. I'm just wondering, is the organisation, particularly, I guess, ELT, working on solutions to whatever the causes are and what can be done to ensure that we get a full complement of staff in that area, please?
Yes, we're working through recruitment processes. There's another key position that's up at the moment we're considering, but yes, we're working through that process. We realise it's again part of the overall things that are happening within the industry as well. Just securing people at those higher levels is very difficult, and getting people with the appropriate experience. It's very, very competitive to get people to fill those positions. But yes, we're working through that process.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions, if that's all right, Chair. Thank you. So just in relation to the reporting or negative reporting of TSB around the icy reception they received in Canberra, I'm just wondering, you're on the board, I'm just wondering, has that been discussed at a board level as to what has caused that, and what changes can be made to rectify the relationships in Canberra? Because I think that's a pretty important relationship to have.
No, I haven't been privileged to any of that.
Maybe that's something that could come up at the next board meeting.
when they come in at the next debrief, when they come and officially present to council.
Thank you.
My understanding, Councillor Summerfield, from what I have heard, it's probably an environmental issue between some members of the government and TSB in some parts out there.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure it'll be discussed at the...
Particularly who went down included the Mayor of Western Downs, and I think his attitude would be quite different to some. Not all, but you know, there'd be a divergence between his views and the views that he ran into in Canberra.
Yeah, he's a very amenable mayor, so I imagine he would have worked hard with that. So, Brian, just going on to my next question, if I could, around staff working from home and living outside our region. I've heard around the corridors that really strategic positions such as, and you'll be able to confirm, you don't have to today, this is just something I want to bring up that I'd like to see looked at, that positions like the finance manager and traffic light coordinator, which is a really important one, may actually live outside the region and work from home or from an office outside the region or whatever. And I'm just wondering, you know, their key roles, and just a small example. So it got me thinking, could we possibly get a report breaking down to titles, obviously not names or anything, just to titles, how often they work from home since COVID ended, and how many permanently work from home, and how many kilometres from home. You know, like if someone's living in, say, Rockhampton or the Gold Coast or something like that, permanently, if that is the case, and I'm not saying it is, I'm asking the question, could we just get a report on that so that we can understand how the organisation's functioning, please?
Mr. Mayor, could I call a point of order, please? Those matters of staffing are operational issues and sit with the CEO, and I don't believe it's appropriate for us to be delving into that.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. You wish to answer the question?
Well, I think they are operational issues, and council may wish to consider if it wishes to adopt a policy position in relation to working from home or whatever, or working out of the region. I just go back to the issues we've talked about the change of environment expectations from employees throughout Australia, Queensland, whatever, asking or demanding in some cases the ability to have some more flexibility than they've had in the past, including working from home. Most of the working from home arrangements that we do have, if there's no one who's permanently working from home full stop, they are required to come into work as operationally required. So there'd be certain meeting times and things that they may need to do. So that would happen. It's horses for courses across a whole range. Some positions you can't get anybody to do those jobs. Others you've got people who you wish to retain, and it can be facilitated through work from home arrangements and communications remotely, which is quite advanced now. So it's quite onerous to collect all of that information across the whole organisation about what's happening. And it's difficult to pinpoint unless council wants a strategic position at the very highest level saying we won't accept it or we will accept it. And I think that's council's role to do that. But in relation to the finance manager, I understand the finance manager is a local, so I don't know what that one's about at all. We do have an engineer that works off site and does return to work, and has some very specific skills and knowledge of our organisation and the systems that we work within, and can do most of that remotely, but does still attend here. So I can answer it in broad terms in relation to that, but it's difficult to put a fence around those conditions that you need to utilise to attract people and also retain people within those areas. It's a really tough environment at this point in time, and organisations outside of local government are offering really competitive things to attract people to those areas. And I think I did cite an example once where one of a council that I'm aware of had an engineer that wished to work from home or had some working from home flexibility arrangements. That was refused. Person left the organisation, went and worked for a private company, which the council then recruited the private company to get the same person back to work for the council. And the private company provided the home from working from home. So we've got to be really realistic, I suppose, and flexible in how we deal with some of this stuff. If councils have a particular concern or issue that they think might be specific to a particular role that they think might be unfair or whatever, I'm happy to have those discussions with you to clarify some of those reasons, because I do understand people may have different perceptions. People within the organisation and outside the organisation may have some different understandings about what those relationships, what those working relationships are, and may ask questions about that. It's always, looking over the back fence kind of thing. but I might be able to give you some clarity in relation to some of those specific arrangements that we've got if you need to get that information.
That's really good. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. So I think my last question was around, so you'll recall previously I asked about responding to correspondence, and that was raised by the Chamber of Commerce as well when we had our initial meeting with them about getting correspondence responded to. So I just wondered, and you did ask for councillors to send through examples, and I'm sure you've seen that I sent through quite a few. I'm just wondering what action's been taken to try and rectify that within the organisation to ensure that correspondence, whether it be ratepayers, businesses or external bodies, are all being replied to in a timely manner. Thanks.
Yeah, we do. Obviously, we do try to respond to those. It's the ones where there's silence that we really need to understand, specifically because they should be getting interim correspondence saying it will take time to respond, whatever. So we do refreshers and remind people about that. We can do that again to make sure that that happens. Specific examples, sometimes people say they haven't been responded to, but they haven't been responded in the way that they'd like to be responded to. There's a whole range of things. We do have thousands and thousands and thousands of correspondence that we have to deal with. And undoubtedly, humans being humans, there will be some times that things do slip through the cracks in the floor. If that's consistent, though, we need to have a look about that. It can happen to anybody at any time when something will fall through, but if it's consistently happening in an area, I need to be aware of that, and if you can keep alerting me if that's the case to those.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Any further questions for Brian? Councillor McDonald.
Just very quickly, conscious of your time to go, through you, Mayor, to the CEO. Brian, given the vacancies, and I know it's in Marie's report prior, the vacancies have increased from February to March up to 214 for a variety of reasons. Have we, or could we consider, if we haven't, benchmarked our timeframes of when a vacancy is ready to go out for advertisement to when they actually are on the ground and operating? I just wonder whether that might be something that we could.
We do have that information.
Do we?
We do have that internally that we always we keep an eye on that.
Okay, so I don't know if there's a standard across our industry around timeframes, and given that it's
there is some improvements we could do, and we need to talk about that. Councillors will recall that they've asked for an information session on a whole range of things, which we could probably cover from that one within that.
Brian, given that you're going to a funeral, do you wish, can you keep going, or will I get Nick to come up and...
I'm right, just for a couple of minutes, that's right.
Councillor Melissa.
Chair, thanks, Brian. Just a couple of things, if I may. On page 67 of board books is the People, Culture and Engagement Action Plan attachment. I just would like some clarification on the under industrial. It's got reclassification and restructure. The reclassification's gone from 6 to 11, and the restructure has gone from 4 to 6. So are you saying that positions have been reclassified, or I don't understand that?
We have a reclassification policy. Within that policy, if officers believe that their duties have exceeded their current clarification, there's a reclassification process where they can actually follow through asking for a review of their classification.
Okay.
So it's just it's driven by employees actually coming forward and saying, I believe that the job that I'm in at the moment is grown or is beyond where it was originally, and when we then review that process.
Right. I've got a couple, if I may. Thank you. Just on that same page, under closed cases, January's been mentioned there twice, so I'm assuming the 2nd January is February. I'm assuming.
I think you might be right.
Great. So just asking then, it's got industrial, and in January was 9.4, and then February 23.7. So can you just explain that jump, and then performance went from 4.6 to 11? So can you just give me some guidance around that jump, please?
So that's the closed cases average weeks open that they were. So those ones that were closed, obviously, over that period, some of those were long-standing issues that took a long time to resolve. So
But they're now done.
yeah, so they're done,
closed.
they're completed, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Also, I came into City Hall on Friday, and the front door was closed. Can you just tell me or explain to me why we closed that? Because that's actually happened quite a few times over the last few months.
Okay. It's directly related to a couple of incidents we've had with people intruding into the offices here. We had one specifically where we had to contact two in relation to where we've had to contact police, people coming in and trying to get into open doors in locked offices all the way through here, where they've gotten in past our current people who are downstairs and they've got up to the top here, and it's happened twice recently, and we're very concerned about security at the moment. So if we've only got one person in the building here, under our workplace health and safety, what we're doing is closing that door, providing a contact number so the person can actually come out and let them in and out.
Okay.
So we're not trying to restrict access overall, but it's something we're actually looking at that situation at this point in time to see, have we got it right in the way that we're protecting our staff, particularly when you haven't got more than one person sitting in the open public areas down here. So it's directly related to that.
Right. I was just wondering because I knew there was one person downstairs, and I was then advised that there were two upstairs as well. So that's why I was with three in the building. I was just trying to understand that. So.
There may or may not have been, but it just depends. People could come in and out all the time, so that could be the case.
Okay,
but we need to actually have a look. Is our security right for what we're doing, for the risk that we have, and can we simply do that? It can be simply resolved by restricting that access, putting a sign there saying, if you want to come in, here's a number, somebody will come in and let you in.
I was wondering whether we could leave my thoughts, and I know it's operational, I'm just saying, my thoughts was to have that front door closed to the community can feel quite locked out. So I'm wondering if we left the front doors open but had an opportunity to close the glass door for security, so then at least the community feel that the City Hall is open, and then they could just simply knock or make the phone call from the glass doors. That was just my thought.
I'm not sure how that all works.
Okay.
I know how doors work, but not how that particular door works.
Fair enough. I have one last question, if I may, and this is following up on many requests from Councillor Von Hoff, and it's just come to my attention quite urgently, I believe, of late, is the lack of a risk matrix being brought to council on a monthly basis. Just looking at different things that I see that need to be highlighted, that a matrix could solve, I believe. Things like not being told that the Empire Theatre's general manager had resigned. To me, that's a risk to the organisation. We've got one staff member looking after heading three of the most major projects that this council will undergo. I just think with service delivery review being so urgent, with the number of positions being vacant, what is our capacity to deliver projects? Are we able to deliver those projects? Are we looking after those people that are in charge of three major projects, which is many millions, hundreds of millions of dollars? My perception is that we look at these projects in silos, and I believe that we urgently need a risk matrix to look at the organisation from a helicopter view and to be able to assess those things that may pose a risk to the organisation, and it just gives us, the board, the ability to view the organisational risk. So are we undergoing the creation of a risk matrix? I've been sitting in the Audit and Risk Committee meetings, over the last however many years, 3 years, and I just haven't seen a risk matrix that I think would help us as a board to see all of those projects and all of those risks in one matrix.
Bailey might want to answer that. You will recall that we do provide that information to the Audit and Risk Committee at the highest level. so that's coming through. Bailey's
Does that come to the board here on
Sorry?
a monthly basis? Does that come to here as on a
Yeah,
monthly
the
basis?
audit committee gets reported to the council, so you get that information reported to you in that format. We do have our risk assessments and our risk matrices across all of our businesses. How that feeds up and eventually gets to the board, I'll just let Bailey talk about that.
So from my 3 months of coming to council, we do a lot of risk work in each project. What I think Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Taylor, we do need to work out which I'm working on behind the scenes, a enterprise risk management report, which is like the high level stuff that this council as a board need to see. Essentially where I'm at with this stage is that I've tasked my risk team to start coming up and looking at engaging external consultants for a risk management framework. That's the first thing we need, an enterprise risk management framework. And essentially from that, we'll select a IT system with support of the IT team. And from that, we'd like to bring forward, as you've requested, an enterprise risk management framework report monthly that would list the top 20 enterprise risks that you see. It's not the aim of getting to the granular, it's like sort of hit the big strategic risks for the organisation and then put that forward to council. That'll help you set your strategy as well. You'll identify what are the big risks for the organisation and what you need to sort of strategically focus on. Timing wise, we do a really good risk work. Like I'm really impressed at the operational risk inner work that we do. The teams are well risk trained. So if you look through the individual risk registers by department, they're fantastic. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and that's how you see those reports come up with the risk work. What this board or council is looking for is an enterprise risk management report. We're probably about 2 months away from giving you that. Virtually you're seeing all the enterprise risks. You're talking about them like resourcing, major projects. It's how we put that together to focus your discussion on the enterprise risk management, okay? And I've got that underway. I've got to speak to the GMs and the LT and CEOs. But first thing we'll need to do is that process is adopt a enterprise risk management framework policy. So it's an overarching document of council. I think our risk appetite statement needs to be reviewed. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, but we need to sort of find our key areas of risk and put our appetite statement, because that gives staff guidance. From that will come an inner risk management policy, then an IT system. So we've started the journey. I still think that's about 2 to 3 months away to get you where you need to. The risks are being reported up. It's probably some of the framework we need to put together so it becomes more focused for the council to work on. And that's where we've started. So I'm not concerned about how we internally at an operational level, everyone assesses risk. I'm quite impressed. There's just significant work. It's identifying in their operational work what is important to this board. So virtually the goal is every month to be able to hit from an IT system a monthly enterprise risk report and put it in the board pack. And it might have 20, like the council will decide what our enterprise risk number is. It might be 20, it might be 30, it might be 10. So then you know what your top 10 risks are. So that sort of focuses on the projects and the strategy that you want to work on. So, you know, that's that. And I've got some thoughts. I'll put it in a paper on how we should set up our risk management, you know, for the council as a board, how I would do that. But it's probably 2 to 3 months away from formalising it. Council will need to be involved because I'll need to rubber stamp the risk appetite statement and also some of the risk management framework policy and documents. And I think that will sort of what Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Taylor are seeking, you know, so you can come to this meeting and you can clearly see the top 20 or 30 risk enterprise. And when I say enterprise, it's the real important stuff for strategy. So that's where we're at with that currently.
Bailey, if I may butt in here, I think if you don't mind, councillors, given that Brian's about 20 minutes late for his departure for the funeral, I think we'll, if you don't mind, we'll let him go. Bailey, if you can stay here, and Nick, you can come up and answer the remaining questions. But sorry about that, Brian. But we'll talk to you. Thanks very much. Yeah. I've got a couple more questions here. If you're not finished,
so in a nutshell, part of that enterprise risk management framework, they will be council's documents. Essentially, the risk appetite statement and it will need to be adopted by council. Obviously, the ELT will have an input. The risk management framework document will be adopted by council. So you'll be heavily involved in setting the, you know, the framework for the enterprise risk and what you want to see and what areas of risk will be reported in that enterprise risk management. And obviously we'll have a matrix with that risk we do have internal matrix. There's significant work done by each department on a matrix already on how they do their risk assessments, but then we'll have an enterprise risk management matrix as well, which the council will have input as well as part of that risk appetite statement.
Further question? I'll hand over now to Councillor Moss. Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, you've got a question?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just on that last statement, I am really surprised that we don't already have that enterprise risk we got statement, but we don't have the matrix. That's very surprising. But I guess my question, Mayor, is to through you to Councillor Summerfield. Just I'm not sure whether I've missed it somewhere in the Brian's report about Tisby getting the frosty reception in Canberra. Where's that come from? Oh, in the news. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I won't. I think there's strong support in the Western Downs area for gas mining, that kind of thing, which is not consistent here, I don't think. If I can just put that on the table. Now, Councillor McMahon, you had a question?
Yeah, Chair, thanks. My question was to the CEO. So, Nick, if you need to take it on notice, I won't at all be offended. Just wanted to point out on, where are we, page 67 of board books, when we talk about average weeks open in open cases, appreciating there is obviously process that needs to be followed here, but if we look at a discipline case in the last 6 months or so, that's gone from an average of 8 weeks of open to 20 weeks of open. I appreciate there might be some staff changes, you know, conducting that or whatever, and you've got to follow your process. But I should imagine if I was an employee with something hanging open over my head for 20 weeks, you know, it may affect performance, and I would argue shorter is better. So since there's been, for that particular one, the discipline over a doubling in the time that a case is open, just wondering if there was any reason to that and what we can do to get the number down. I would argue where it was in September and around 8-9 weeks would be pretty ideal for an organisation like this. Thanks.
It's a reasonable observation, Councillor McMahon, and I agree with your sentiment that shorter is better. Nobody likes those things to drag on, and they can be, you know, quite uncomfortable for everybody involved. And so we certainly aim to keep those shorter is better. And again, the observation that those number of weeks has continued to grow since December, January, February. I think that it's probably important to note that of those discipline cases, there are only 4. So if there's one that's complex and taking some time, that divisor is very small, and even one case that is complex and taking time is going to impact that number. I'm not aware of what the particular case would be that's causing that change, but perhaps Rosita's here, she might be able to take that away and have a look and see if there's any intervention that's required for us to speed that up. But all sorts of things happen through these instances. We do our absolute best to make sure people are supported through the process and have contacts that they can have regular conversation with and support from. That's probably about all I could say about that.
Bailey, you wish to make a comment?
Unless Rosita would like to make a comment. Sometimes the discipline cases can extend out for a significant time frame, because if an employee is subject to disciplinary action, they might take sick leave. Essentially, while they're on sick leave, you can't deal with any discipline actions. You can't. Essentially, the common courtesy is that, you know, they're on sick leave and you leave the discipline matter to sit aside until they return to work. That's common practice to avoid triggering any wellbeing issues while they're off.
Any further questions in respect to the CEO's monthly report? Not, would someone like to move the receipt of that, please? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Tim McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, we go back to item 10.5 now. That's the finance and business strategy, and Anne-Marie, if you could come down, please.
Good morning again, councillors. So happy to take this report as read and take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Through you to the GM. I guess it's just an observation more than anything. It may not even need commentary, but it talks about on page 50 around about the contacts for council and digital interactions seem to have increasingly streaked away from counter transactions, and I know this was a report that came to council pretty early on in this term actually in regard to that. And I guess just from a resourcing perspective, because it still takes time to respond to digital, in fact one would say it probably takes more time in some instances. Do you know, and this is a question I noticed more than anything probably, do you know if the manager, Kylie, has had to reassign or recalculate staffing to accommodate that growth in that particular area?
A couple of months ago, so quite recently, we had an information session, and I think Kylie presented a really good graph indicating exactly what we can see here in the numbers, where counter interactions are going down and that digital interactions are on the increase. So that certainly means we have to ensure we are operating more effectively and efficiently in the digital space. You would recall we brought in chat, online chat recently, and other services like that supports that digital interaction. So we're aware, and even our counter staff, when they're not dealing with customers coming in, are looking after online or digital interactions.
Thank you. That's fine.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. So I do notice on page 51 of Board Books the requests received, and that the Office of the CEO is much higher than any others. It's at 22%, and noting that Brian has had to leave, perhaps that's something that could be on notice if, question on notice if we could get that. So then the other thing I wanted to talk to was the staff turnover rate. So we often focus on the vacancies, but we don't very often talk about the turnover rate. And it came to my mind the other day when I was reading an article about, and it talked about, this was just last week, reflecting concerns about the impacts of QBCC having a high staff turnover rate of 14.7%. And here are we have got 17.64% turnover rate, which puts it up quite a lot higher than the one mentioned in this article. So it concerns me that we are that high, and I see that as a risk for our organisation. And we talk about vacancy risk. Well, turnover risk at that height is really quite concerning. And I'm just wondering whether the executive management team has worked through this risk, or whether that's something that could be put on a future agenda, because it is a concerning risk. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor, I can assure you that staff retention is on our agenda on a weekly basis at the moment at ELT. We made a decision a couple of weeks ago to form a working group, and Damien is leading that group, looking at various retention strategies and costing those strategies. So we're very much aware that retention, it's not just about recruiting new staff, it's about looking after the staff we have. So we are actively working on this project.
Any further questions, councillors? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Shine and McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, 12 o'clock. I have a number of appointments over lunch, and I would appreciate if we could stop now. Someone like to move that we adjourn? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried. A return at 1 o'clock. Councillors, I'll reopen the meeting, and the first item we do deal with is item 12, which is my monthly report, which would be before you. I think there were some quite notable events in there. The evening at Parliament House, I think Councillor Carroll, the Purple Poppy Remembrance Day, I think that's a great legacy that you've left in terms of making sure we've got the infrastructure to remember those people. The meeting we had with the Premier and Bart Mellis, the Assistant Minister to the Premier, together with Mike Kaiser, where we were able to principally discuss youth crime, and I think the outcome we got there is as good as we could have hoped for at that point in time. What I am currently doing is attempting to get some funding out of the Premier's office for a coordinator of youth in this area, so that we can bring a whole group of people together in who can contribute, including the likes of Adam, who was here this morning, church leaders, school leaders, sport leaders, a range of people, so that we can in fact take a whole community look at youth and youth crime and see what we can do as a community. It's all very well for other things to happen, and I think in the not too distant future, thanks to you, Megan, we'll maybe meeting with a magistrate who would no doubt see a tremendous lot of stuff. I've received a lot of good, strong support from the leadership, the current leadership of Lifeline, Rachel Patterson, and she's been pretty amazing, really. So I was pretty happy with that, but we took up a number of other things with the Premier and the Director General, including Olympic legacy projects and also the Cresbrook Dam spillway upgrade, which I've taken up with a number of people I've met in recent times. I met the new CEO of TISBE, who comes to us with a tremendous amount of good record. As I said, I met with the acting Chief Executive Officer of Lifeline, Rachel Patterson, and she's very handy. I think it's on our journey forward with youth crime. For those of you who came to the reception and for the diplomats at the UniSQ, for the diplomats from the European Union, I think that was well worth having. There was a dinner following that, which was had the opportunity to speak to some of those people. International Women's Day in the Lockyer Valley, together with the International Women's Day here. I met online with Aaron Broughton, Executive Director, Olympic and Paralympic Infrastructure Office, regarding building an equestrian centre of excellence in Toowoomba, and the possibility we may have here, given that there is but one quarantine area in Australia for animals flying in, the potential we have for a quarantine area here. I've handed that over to the government, both levels of government, to talk about, and I think they may well be talking to our local airport about that. One of the other things that's on the agenda is Mark Carline from St James Anglican Church is interested in hosting a service of prayer in preparation for the upcoming coronation. Had the opportunity to meet with Patricia O'Callaghan and Nick Elliott, Group Executives of Corporate Industry, regarding tourism in this area, and I was quite taken up with the capabilities of those people. I think the future for tourism looks good. Had a very quickly arranged meeting with the Consul General for the People's Republic of China here. That was well worthwhile. Michael Duff and I post the event at the Greater Springfield City Group Business Luncheon, where I was involved. We met with Senator Anthony Chisholm, and it was very interesting, his attitude towards the dam spillway funding. I got a little bit of encouragement out of his attitude towards that, and he understands what a tremendous impost it would be. So in the order of 13 councils in Queensland who are heavily involved in dam spillways and have to pay for it, and he was quite happy to accept our discussion regarding how the federal government could help, because these dams are federal government dams in the main. State government also, we've talked to the Premier, of course. I did also attend the Everald Crompton's book launch, which was surprising, the diversity of politicians who were there from the various parties, and everyone was very well connected right across the gambit. One of the reasons I'm keeping very closely in touch with him is he has a plan in regarding the Inland Rail, and I don't know if it's terribly helpful to Toowoomba. So we're just trying to keep a bit of an idea on what his ideas are so that people can get an understanding. For those of us who had the good fortune of going to the opening night performance of The Boy from Oz, I think a few things come back to me that night. A, how fortunate we are to have the Empire Theatre, and B, what an amazing event it was, involving Toowoomba people, all but just a couple were from Toowoomba, and I think it was one of the great events I've been to. So that's about it. I did go to the hand out some awards at the RM Equestrian Centre Riding Club the other day. It's being very rapidly developed by Michael and Joe Williams, and it's turning into something that'll be quite valuable in the years to come, in my view. It's, you know, they're doing a lot of work. It's at level 2 at the moment. If it gets to be level 4 as a result of extra work that Michael and his family and some of the donors are putting in, it will be very, very valuable. Are there any questions? Ms. Councillor Carroll.
Comment, if I might, Mr. Mayor. I went out to the R.M. Williams Equestrian Centre on Saturday afternoon, and you know that's Joe's dream, and I know Mike. In this case, Mike's been helping her, but there were so many people out there. I was quite surprised by it, and it was so hot. But the level of dressage and show jumping that was there whilst I was there, and I do believe there was a higher class when I left. I think they're to be congratulated. I know that council contributed towards their dressage arena. The dressage arena is to the right, looking out from the polo club, and they've done an amazing job with it. They really have. So, and the show jumping course was very well set up. So at the end of the day, you know, I really enjoyed it, and despite the heat, but they're to be congratulated on what they've done to date.
It's very interesting to see the way things are developing with equestrian here. Equestrian is a major sport in this area, and it can mean an awful lot to this community in the way forward. Michael was telling me that his dad, R.M. Williams, began the Equestrian Australia, that body, and it has been in Adelaide, it has been in Sydney, it's had a few hiccups, and there is real potential that if we can get the things we dream of to happen here, this could be the headquarters of Equestrian Australia. And I think there's so much opportunity given what we have here. Later on today I'll be talking to an engineer from the Hunter Valley who is very involved in equestrian, and it's her belief that Toowoomba would be the ideal place to have Olympic competition, given you know, given our, it's cooler here than it would be at Victoria Park in Brisbane. So, and this would be permanent. It would be there forever, whereas Victoria Park would be built and then taken away. So, anybody got any further questions? If not, someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor McDonald and Taylor, those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Bill, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. As per item 13, the Local Government Tribunal have made a determination and ordered that I make a public admission to Council. And I'll read out the statement as follows and then table that with you for the purposes of the meeting. 5 years ago, on the 19th of September 2017, I inadvertently failed to deal with a real or perceived conflict of interest arising out of a factually complex matter in a transparent and accountable way, as required by the Local Government Act 2009 Queensland, in brackets the Act. This was in relation to council purchasing land to facilitate the development of the Highfield CBD and the location of my residential address more than 300 metres from this TRC acquisition of land. The investigation process and duration over which it has endured has taken a toll on me and my family members, particularly my wife. And on the 14th of November 2022, I filed an agreement with the Tribunal Registry pursuant to Practice Direction 1 of 2022 and Section 150AL of the Act for reasons including expediting of the matter so it could be dealt with and I could put it behind me. Based on that course of action, on the 13th of February 2023, the Tribunal found I engaged in misconduct as defined in Section 176(3)(b), Section 2 of the Act. I have learned from that unintended omission 5 years ago and have subsequently participated in training regarding the new conflict of interest provisions introduced. I wish to put this matter behind me and won't be making further comment on this topic. I am proud of the many things I've achieved and contributed to and on behalf of Council in my 19 years as a councillor. And I look forward to the future and the many more ways in which I will meaningfully contribute. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carl. I think we all understand your emotion around this sort of thing. Thank you, and I think we'll move on to the next item. Your apologies accepted. Yep, table that, thanks, Councillor Carl. Thank you, thanks very much. We'll move now to item 14. Bailey, would you come down, please, and talk about the 2024 quadrennial local government elections, please?
Through you, Mayor. I'll take the report as table. It's in relation to requesting a postal ballot. So essentially I'll just take questions.
Any questions for Bailey? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report, Bailey. Well put together. Just in relation to the attachment, I wondered whether including the number of polling booths in the previous two elections would be helpful, because it's a significant number of polling booths, and to those reading the document, they may not be aware as to how many. And I think having that many polling booths is challenging for all candidates to equitably have a presence at every polling place. I mean, there are people who have large numbers of supporters who can go out and support them at each and every polling booth, but most people don't have that capacity to have someone at polling booth, particularly if you're not involved in a political party that can get behind you and help you if they so choose to do so. But many people do not have the capacity to have a presence at each and every polling booth because there's so many of them. So I think it would be quite significant to add the number of polling booths for the last two elections in that attachment. That's a suggestion for consideration by Council.
I think that's good feedback. We can include something like that into the submission.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Carl.
Through you, Chair, to Bailey. Bailey, I wonder whether we include in the attachment the correspondence, and if not in the recommendation, possibly the attachment, the fact that the part of the reason, and it was discussed, my recollection, I stand to be corrected, part of the reasoning why we should be more seriously considering a postal election now, because the world has changed since pandemic, and the element of risk of a mechanism such as ballot voting, bringing lots of people together, I think we've all learnt from that experience, and I think it would be remiss of us not to put that as part of our submission to the Commissioner as lessons learnt, and refer to it as a mitigation of risk for the need of large numbers to congregate in a postal in a full ballot scenario. Because I think it's really worth mentioning on the other side of pandemic, because it's in there, is it? I must have missed it, sorry. Schedule 1.
Page 79. Third from the bottom.
Oh, okay, I've overlooked that. Righto. So, in the letter, you're talking in the letter, councillor?
This is attached to, with the letter when it's sent. Schedule 1 is attached to the letter and it's the third dot point.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, Bailey, sorry.
That's okay.
Apologies.
No problems, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carol Taylor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I totally agree with Councillor Carl, because whilst we were walking up voting here, tens of thousands were dying in the north of Italy, where my son lives. But at the end of the day, if we're going to put that there, they're saying that over in Europe, the influenza season has been extremely dangerous. So I don't think we should just limit it to COVID. And I don't know how you capture that, Bailey, but I'm sure you'll find a way. You know, it's not just COVID, I guess, that we'd be.
It's another reason why.
Yeah, another reason why it's.
Yeah.
But we're saying there the risk of catching COVID, especially for or influenza, because it's more people killed influenza over in Europe. Not in Europe, but here in Australia, than actually died from COVID.
Thank you. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. I'm not too sure whether the election is due to take place during school holidays or not in 2024, but that might be checked out. There'd be another reason why it's better to have postal voting rather than attendance, because people tend to leave Toowoomba to go away on holidays before the winter. But if it doesn't clash with school holidays, then it's not relevant really at all. And the other one is just in relation to the COVID or flu. I'm not too sure whether the region's death rate from COVID is higher than the average. And if it were, it'd be an added reason to to embellish, if you like, the COVID point. We did have the first two, but how we're rating compared with the rest of the nation, I don't know. But if we are higher, then it might be an idea to include that as a real danger.
Thank you. Bailey, do you want to comment on any of the just previous comments? No.
They're all valid feedback. I'll incorporate them into the final submission. So the motion will change slightly, just say as table, but subject to the
Is there any
variations.
further feedback around the table? Councillor Carroll has moved. Councillor Melissa had seconded that. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Not?
Mayor, could we just ensure that any changes, that it's circulated to us all before it's sent? Thanks.
Bailey, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So I can put the changes in markup and circulate them, but you'll need to make a resolution today, subject to those changes being made, that can be submitted by to get in by the due date.
You want it to come back to council before we do something like that? Yeah. Yeah, righto.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Well, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. We move to item 15, notice for which notice has been given. Councillor Melissa, proposed reduction in the speed limit, Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret. Would you like to put your motion on the table, please, and we'll get a seconder and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. I just, if possible, would like to make a slight amendment to the motion and just add a sentence at the end saying the implementation of the change to occur within a 6-month period, just to put a timeline on it.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan had seconded that. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, please. The quadrant Hume Street, Bridge Street, Lindsay Street, Mackenzie Street and Margaret Street is a highly troubled traffic area with increasing signs of pressure. A mass action plan is required for the quadrant. We've been told in briefings that it requires focused modelling, but there are not enough resources to attend or assess this area, and it's not possible at this time. That's why a speed reduction is required in the short term to improve road safety in this area. This, in my opinion, and that of many residents, is an immediate need. Increasingly on Lindsay Street, there are diverse road users, including vulnerable road users such as pedestrians, cyclists, visitors, and young children on bikes and scooters on their way to the park. These vulnerable users are growing in numbers due to the increasing events in Queen's Park, the sports arena, and the many, many families from the school environments surrounding. In response to increasing community requests for a speed change and a safer road environment, I propose this decrease in the speed limit along Lindsay Street. Due to the increase in traffic signals, including red arrows and longer phasing, even into the later hours of the evening around this quadrant, Lindsay Street is used more and more as a rat run to avoid such signals. Lower speed limits reduce traffic fatalities and serious injuries for a combination of reasons. For one, driving at higher speeds can result in tunnel vision and decreased depth perception for the driver. At lower speeds, drivers have a wider field of vision and are more likely to notice other road users. We all know the faster you go, the longer it takes to stop. The higher the speed, the longer it will take to reduce your speed in the event of a potential impact. As a road safety paper for Transport New South Wales states, a typical stopping distance when travelling at 30 kilometres an hour on a reasonable road surface is 19 metres, while at the slightly faster speed of 40 kilometres an hour, the stopping distance increases to 27 metres. And if you're driving at 50 kilometres an hour, it will take about 37 metres to stop. Even a small difference in vehicle speed can make a large difference to the likelihood of death or serious injury. If a car hits a pedestrian at 50 kilometres an hour, the impact is twice as likely to kill the pedestrian than if the car had been travelling at 40 kilometres an hour. The likely outcome of a higher speed crash is serious injury or possible fatality. In a crash between a car and a pedestrian, there is 90% chance that a pedestrian will survive at 30 kilometres an hour, as opposed to a 60% chance at 40 kilometres an hour, or only a 10% chance at 50 kilometres an hour. And if this wasn't enough of a case to encourage road users to slow down, the WRI, World Resources Institute, states, many people fear that slowing the speed limit in urban areas will dramatically increase journey time. However, average road speeds in cities are more determined by the frequency of intersections than speed limits. A safer speed limit can achieve more uniform speeds and reduce dangerous mid-block acceleration while adding little to the overall journey times. Research from Grenoble, France has shown that a speed limit of 30 kilometres an hour rather than 50 kilometres an hour will only add 18 seconds of travel time between intersections that are a kilometre apart. With these undeniable, proven New South Wales and international statistics, and in response to increasing community requests for a speed change and a safer road environment, I propose this decrease in speed limit along Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Streets.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, you wish to speak against?
Mr Mayor, I wish to move an amendment that Council conduct a speed review on Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Street and on the inner CBD streets in Toowoomba for the very reasons that have been mentioned that came out. Previous council wanted to take the speed limit back in the CBD where there are people walking across the road because they have centre parking. So my amendment is that council conduct a resolve to conduct a speed review on Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Street and on the inner CBD streets where the speed is now 40. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Well, it's not seconded.
Is there a second?
Excuse me, point of order, if I could. That changes the meaning of the intent of the original motion. It's a completely different.
Can I seek your advice, please, Nick?
It'd be nice to have an engineer here.
Bailey? Bailey, do you wish to give a legal opinion on that, please? I'm happy to take the advice of the majority of council.
May I ask why we need a legal opinion?
Well, Councillor Summerfield has suggested that this isn't an amendment, and I just want to know if it is or it isn't an amendment.
Mayor, I would suggest that it has quite a different intent from the original motion that you have a mover and a seconder for, and so therefore it's probably not an amendment, and that you should deal with the motion that's on the table first. Perhaps Councillor Carroll's amendment or suggested amendment could be dealt with as a foreshadowed motion should the current motion that's on the table fail.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council's...
Going back to the motion, the original motion
thank
moved
you.
by Councillor Taylor.
Councils, these types of things are generally operational, and if council requests for speed limits to change, it usually has a speed review, because it doesn't only affect that street, it affects other streets that are coming onto it and coming into it. So it has cause and effect, and I think that you wouldn't take anywhere in Australia a speed limit from 50 to 30 without having a review on how that would operate and react with the other streets that are around that quadrant. The other fact is that the inner city streets have inner parking, and we have people mixed use with people walking across the road to the businesses and everything else. This is a wide street. This is a wide street with nothing in the middle of it, and it has good visibility in this street. If someone's parked illegally, or if someone's driving the way they shouldn't, it's not going to make any difference whether you're going to go down a speed. But my main objection here is that we are 10, 11 people sitting around this table who are lay people. We are not traffic engineers, and we actually can't just pull something out of your head to do something, in my view, and there has to be good research and good reasons if you're going to do that. And the only way you would do that would be by our staff conducting a speed review on that, which we do when any request comes through the councillors or through this council for a speed change. It always goes through a speed review. And thank you.
Is there a speaker against the motion? For the motion?
Just a question.
Councillor Summerfield.
Question,
I've got a
if I could.
question.
A question?
Oh, there's a few questions, okay.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Look, you don't have to be too clever to work out that there is an issue in Lindsay Street, and it's to do, in my view, with the parking. And so my question is, will this include trying to find... I don't like reducing the speeding limit simply because the road's not right, and that's what we often do out on our rural roads. It's too rough, so we put it down to 80 until 2 years' time it gets fixed. So I'm not keen to reduce the speed limit unless we've got a resolution for it. And the resolution, it's the angle car parking there, it's too short. And you often see vehicles with one tyre up on the footpath. We all see it, we all know it happens. And then people are trying to blindly reverse out of that car parking to get back on the road again. And that's where the danger is. So I want to know whether this resolution is going to include a solution to the problem. Because let's not just reduce it to make it better, let's find a solution to it so it can be just a normal street like all the other streets. So will this resolution include finding a solution? And if not, would the mover be prepared to make an amendment to include that?
I think we might get the GM to just make a few comments at this point in time, Mike, if you would please, in respect to this. We've had a mover for, a mover, speaker for, a speaker against, and, sorry, Councillor Somfield?
We're in debate.
Well, I think you've asked some appropriate questions that could be answered by the operational wing of this council. Mike, if you can make a few comments in respect to it, please, just briefly.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The first thing is that the process to reduce the speed limit has guidelines set by the state, and it's not just the decision's not just ours. So it goes through about a 9-step process to do a speed review assessment to change speed limits anywhere. And that involves both state through TMR and Queensland Police. Okay, so that's important to understand that in changing a speed limit anywhere is a process and typically takes in the order of 6 months or so. Okay, and that's what we do when we look at speed assessment reviews. There's a lot of work goes in behind the scenes to assess a section of road. And the matters that have been brought up today are all part of that. So the matters that Councillor Taylor mentioned, the matters that Councillor Summerfield's mentioned around parking, there's a school there, there's also the state's got plans for the revamp of the sports ground there.
Medical centres.
All sorts of things through that section of street. And when we do a speed assessment review, you try to take all those matters on board. So rather than getting into the details of any one of those matters, the other major element with trying to change speed limits, and particularly when you're looking at reducing a speed limit, is the road environment itself. What does the road environment portray to the driver, that behavioural element? And so to achieve lower speeds is both not just a signage element, but a physical element of change to the environment and making that. So it's much easier to get a behavioural change in motorists if the road's narrowed or sections are narrowed, gives that to the points that Councillor Melissa Taylor was talking about. It'll enable those outcomes to be achieved because people will still speed if the road's open. And Lindsay Street, we know, is quite a wide expanse of road and gives this eyesight of that. So there's lots of steps. In respect to the motion, I'd be suggesting to the council that you ask for a speed limit review rather than be fixed on kilometres, noting that, that the word considers there. The word consider here would need to take us through a speed limit review to do this properly and legally at the end of the day, so that whatever changes are made are enforceable by law. And I think this is the thing. We're happy to, once that speed limit review is done, bring that back probably as an information session to council, and then that council could then interrogate that through an information session that would allow the questioning of that speed limit review in detail before coming to council as a report. So
Thanks,
if
Mike.
council was open to that, that's what my suggestion.
Thanks, Mike. We move now. Does anyone wish to speak for the motion? A question? Okay. Councillor Sean? Oh, Councillor O'Shea. Yeah.
Just wondering if such a review would incorporate whether the wisdom or otherwise of having reverse-end parking instead of front-end parking. The danger to me driving along, the danger to me in reversing out of there is it's pot luck as to whether or not you can't see the oncoming traffic. You just can't. Whereas if you are driving front out, you can. Fair enough, you would hold up traffic in the reversing procedure, but just wondering if that could be part of the review, if that's the way council decides to go down that track.
I'd suggest the council would then ask for, could we have a speed limit review, a speed assessment review, and also a parking review. So in the motion, I'd be asking for both those elements to be included.
Is there someone who wishes to speak for the motion now? Oh, you got another question? Right, I thought you were both working together. You look like you're both working together to me, but anyhow, that's okay. A question from you, Councillor O'Shea?
No, thank you, Mayor. I just want to, if I can please through you, ask the mover of the motion. So just reading it, so consider a reduction, or is it more that we are going to reduce? I guess just because I'm wondering, just because obviously the next line's the implementation of the change to occur within, or are we saying consider it, meaning it's going to go through some sort of process to consider it?
My personal opinion would be that it would just happen. But with the advice from General Manager Brady the other last week was to consider the reduction. So, and if it was to happen, then the implementation within 6 months. And because the call from the community is quite urgent.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So I think, okay, so consider means it'll still have to go through this process. And then if that's what it lands on, the last part is saying that it has to be implemented within a 6-month period.
Can I answer that question? 2 things there. We can do the speed limit review probably within 6 months. Implementation will be a budget cost to council. I've got no idea what that cost will be today. Okay? There's a significant cost, particularly if you're going to do if you go down 30 kilometres an hour, you've got civil works to do through there as well. Okay? Not just signage. To actually create an environment that is actually going to be conducive to speed reduction behaviour. The other element, if you then want parking reviewed as well, that's another element. But if you want all those elements reviewed, I'd be suggesting to council that those be included and to work through it. And as I said, over time we'd we'd get the information. But to make the change in 6 months, I think I'd suggest is not possible at this stage, not if it goes to 30 kilometres an hour in particular.
Well, then may I ask Mr. Brady then, if we changed it to 40 kilometres an hour, would that make it more palatable from an operational perspective and a budget perspective?
It still needs to go through a speed limit assessment review, okay, irrespective of what speed we go to. I'd like for council to ask us to go away and do that and report that back, ask us to do that as quickly as we reasonably can. But as I've said, it normally takes up to 6 months for those reviews to occur because it involves other departments, okay, the DTMR and the Queensland Police as part of the discussions and step changes that we do when we do these. And then come back to council, and then once you know whether it's 40 or 30 or whatever the speed is that you want to go to, you then agree to implementing, and at the same time we'd bring back an estimate of cost for what we believe it would cost for either the 40 or 30 at that time.
So may I ask then a question through you, Chair, of the General Manager, why DTMR would be involved from a perspective that we have been told many times in this room that 30 kilometres an hour is the preferred speed in the CBD, and that Brisbane City Council has areas of 30 kilometres an hour, and this is actually a Toowoomba Regional Council road, not a DTMR road. So I'm just wondering why we need to involve all of these different parties for a street that is ours, that is being asked of the community is asking. We've had serious injuries, amputations because of speed on this road, so on this street. So there is an urgency within the community about this. So I'm just trying to understand why it's going to take so long.
The state stipulates the process.
I'm sorry,
okay?
Councillor Taylor.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair, while you're talking, we've actually had deaths in the CBD on the corner of Margaret and Ruthven Street
with a
understand
bus. So, I mean, it's not just, careless driving is you're never going to totally.
So that's why I'm
eliminate
asking
that.
for Lindsay Street, and the motion is for Lindsay Street, not the city centre at this precise moment in time.
Councillor Melissa Taylor, thank
Moment,
you. I was speaking and I didn't break in over you. I'll hand back to the Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, over to you, Mike, please, to answer that question.
The state stipulates the process and steps for us to go through. That guideline document's written by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. That we in this region, I think this is done collaboratively across all regions in Queensland. We work collaboratively with TMR and the police when we're doing these reviews. The state has to sign off on them at the end of the day to concur with them so that the change in speed limit becomes lawful, so that the police at the end of the day can write a ticket. So that's why they're involved. So they have, it's not as though, it is extremely rare when we bring something to them. It's not very often that they would counter something on our city streets or our road network. They tend to be very supportive, and particularly where we're looking at road safety matters. So, but it is a process, and it just does take time, and we've just got, I do ask you to be fair and reasonable from that perspective, okay, that it takes time to go through the steps so that at the end of the day, whatever's implemented meets the legal requirements as well as the community requirements. And I think what we'd bring back to council along the journey would be information that would you could confirm one way or the other whether you wish to accept it at the end of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. I just want the community to understand your reasoning behind that, because the phone calls, the text messages, the emails that I have received about Lindsay Street, particularly in the last few months, the community need to understand the process. So the community perception is that we can just put up some 30 kilometre an hour or 40 kilometre hour signs and that's all that's required. So if that's a state legislation requirement, the community need to hear that and to understand that. So thank you, I appreciate that information.
Any other questions to be asked? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I'll try and keep it as short as I can, but there's a number of questions that come up for me, and I'm just wondering, Councillor Melissa, if you'd be amenable to considering these elements. If we're going to look at this, and I agree, it's a hot spot, and it's old structure. It's been like that for many years, the whole of Lindsay Street, even the off-street parking down in Queen's Park and that. So I'm wondering, Mr. Brady, and it's always subject to budget, but we could phase it to address the speed stuff on the front end. It will take some more time, but could we consider the opportunities here? We have a brilliant opportunity to consider looking at this from a precinct perspective and how we might improve the entire length of Lindsay Street between those two streets, how we might look at, in the longer term, the off-street parking component. I'm aware of a new development application on the corner of Lindsay and Campbell.
Campbell, yep.
Yep. And there are other such developments that will take place. There are pressures coming with the sporting precinct, the oval there, around a suggestion of Olympics. So it is a golden opportunity. I thank you for raising it, this. As long as we can phase it and address the most critical point to the community, and that is speed, but have it as a holistic approach. And I'm not talking, it's a budget, it's a big budget item, but we could do it in stages. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to consider it in that context. I know it was a long question and many questions, but it is the right time, I feel, for us to address that in a holistic manner. We could do something really nice there that is a prime spot, central to this region. Queen's Park, Cobb & Co estate facility. We could actually make better pedestrian linkages across a wide road verge, we have an opportunity to do this. So, sorry, Chair, but
No, you're fine.
I
That's
think
fine.
there's a lot of opportunities there.
Yeah. Look, I think there's been a lot of discussion during my time in Toowoomba in regard to Lindsay Street, and particularly with the cohort of medical facilities that are along there, that creates an even bigger problem and it's adding to the school and to all those sorts of things. And I think Councillor Summerfield, some years ago, you were talking about the planning and how it ought not to be there. Well, it's there, and we've got to do something with it. But I think I have no problem with a full-on study and a report back to council. But I think just for us today to suggest that it ought to be 30k an hour, and that's that, I think we need to get the background information first. I'd love that. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? Do you wish to, as the seconder of the motion, I'll let you have a chat, and then Councillor, a question?
Yes, it's just a question, Mayor, through you to Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady, given that this is an area that we've talked about being such a hot spot, has it come to the attention of council for a review previously? And if it has come to council's attention, why hasn't a review been conducted already?
I don't think it's actually come. It's the CBD and other places probably have a higher degree of vehicle / pedestrian sort of interfaces. There's been 6 crashes in that stretch in the last 5 years. That's the information, which is not dissimilar to some of our other locations in the city. So I'm not saying it's anything more or less. So from that point of view, I don't think, it hasn't risen to the top as a high priority. Parking along Lindsay Street has been looked at a number of times, but it's a balance. We've been asked to look at parking. When I say we've looked at some conceptual stuff around bus parking in Lindsay Street and different things like that, but that means you then take out lots of car parks. There's this, Lindsay Street, if you're looking just from a speed reduction review perspective, which this motion is specific to, that's one element of numerous elements when you look at a street like Lindsay Street. So if the Mayor just made a comment a moment ago, not just saying if you want a comprehensive review of Lindsay Street, that is different to what's being asked for within this motion. So if you want parking to be taken into account, if you want other things to be taken into account, a holistic review, and then if you take on Councillor Carl's suggestions as well, that precinct look, that's a broader study again. So you go from something that's specific here to something that's got significant elements to it, to something once you get to precinct is a much broader study. And each study costs more and each study takes longer. So I just want to make that clear that a resolution along the lines of this is very specific. If council wants something more than that, you will need to, my suggestion would be that you'd be amending your motion to allow for that, to request that.
Okay, any further questions at this point? Did you wish to speak, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, as seconder of the motion?
Well, Mr Mayor, I was proposing, depending on how the mover of the motion feels, about trying to incorporate all of the things that Mr Brady has said, that we amend the motion to that council resolve to conduct a road safety assessment, including a speed and parking review on Lindsay Street between Margaret and Bridge Streets. Whether you feel as though that's going to get you what you want. I just feel taking on board everything that Mr Brady has said in terms of the how complicated it is. It's not just one element. That kind of gets us incorporating all the things that
So
we need
Councillor
without being
Melissa,
very specific.
So Councillor Melissa, as mover of the motion, I think the ball's at your feet.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I do take on board everything that's been said, but we get told all the time around this table that we don't have the money to do what we need to do, that road safety is paramount. I brought a motion last month about red arrows that, was a council decision not to because road safety was paramount. now I've brought a motion about road safety because there are no pedestrian crossings. There is no opportunity for anyone to cross Lindsay Street, and by reducing the speed limit actually assists the driver and vulnerable users. To do a whole of precinct or a whole of Lindsay Street review of parking and road safety is going to cost so much more money. And it is flagged, hopefully, for a whole, well, I've been told, for a whole of precinct review in years to come. But pedestrians and vulnerable users in that area can't wait 5, 10, 15 years for a review. So that's why I wanted to make it specific that we could just have a short-term fix to assist vulnerable users. So that was my reasoning. But if this is the only way that I can get it across the line, then I'll do anything, because the community really need something along Lindsay Street. You can't get out of a car park. You can't cross the street. It is a fatality waiting to happen. And that's why I brought a specific change so that we could get something across the line sooner rather than later. But if I have to do it this way, then I will. And it's just going to take longer and cost more money. But if that's what it takes, I'll do it.
Well, the decision is probably in your hands if you want to continue with the original motion or whether you want to amend that motion from the floor.
Well, if possible, I'd like to put the original to the floor, and then if it doesn't, then I foreshadow the next motion in the wording that Councillor O'Hara just put forth.
Okay. Your question?
Of the General Manager, probably. Just wondering, a neighbouring street that adjoins it is Campbell, just west of Lindsay, that's a reduced speed limit there. Is it 40 or 30 there? I think it's 40, isn't it?
West of Lindsay.
50, is it? Yeah, going downhill, down towards...
down round the coffee shop down there.
It's 50 kilometres an hour, the whole of Campbell Street.
I thought it was quite slow.
Campbell Street is?
50 kilometres an hour.
And what would Margaret Street be, 50?
Yes.
Okay. But it cuts back to 40 during the
No, it's
school
all
period?
50. Oh, sorry, through school. My apologies.
Period, yes.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Yes.
Definite understanding of that, having lost 3.0 at 53k an hour. So it's definitely 40
Definitely
during a
40.
certain period. Yep, sure. Okay, so we've reached the stage where Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, do you wish to speak for the motion? We've had a speaker for, we've had a speaker against.
Mr Mayor, I thought Councillor Melissa was just wrapping up.
No, I've been allowing questions. Now, I know not many other mayors do that, and very often I've been speaking to other mayors that allow people to speak once on any debate. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I'm allowing people to do that. That's what I do, and if you don't like that, well, I don't know what you do, but I don't mind allowing people to pick up something that's there and talk about it. So, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, do you wish to speak for the motion, or have you got very passionate about what could happen next?
Not sure where we're up to, Mr Mayor. Just I would see, implore the mover to try and maybe amend the motion so that we end up with something rather than, to my mind, we're going to...
You have heard from Councillor Melissa Taylor that if this motion fails, as mover of the motion, she's keen to put this motion forward. If it fails, she has an amended motion to put forward. You have one too, yes. Well, maybe we ought to have a little stop and you ought to have a talk and see if you can work something out that we can work through. But anyhow, we won't do that. Do you wish to speak for the motion? No. Do anyone wishing to speak against the motion that's before you? Sorry?
I know it's become quite complex with the foreshadowed motion, but if we look at the foreshadowed motion, that's a totally different motion, which really would be considered as any other business council determines by resolution, because that is a totally different barrel of work, totally different altogether to what's being considered here today. So I would suggest that the foreshadowed motion really should go under item 16 in any other business council determines by resolution.
I'll take advice on that from,
Thanks.
I don't agree.
how do you see that, Mr Acting CEO? You're having a big day.
Yes, thank you. The point that you're making, Councillor Summerfield, is that on the agenda we have notice of motion, and your view is that the foreshadowed motion is somewhat different to that and therefore should be dealt with in general business or other matters which would require the mover to seek the permission of the council to move.
Would Councillor Summerfield be talking about not Councillor Carol Taylor's motion, but the other motion?
Which has different elements in it as well.
Which has different again.
I'm not,
Which motion were you talking about? The foreshadowed by Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I was talking about the foreshadowed, whereas with the other one, Councillor Melissa was suggesting that it would be an amended motion reflective of her original motion, whereas this other one is a much bigger body of work embracing a whole lot of other things. It's a totally different big barrel of work compared to that one. So,
Mr Mayor, it isn't a body of work. The body of work was done by the last council and part of this council to do the review on the speed limits in the inner city area, so the work's been done. And if you looked at the next motion that Councillor Megan has foreshadowed, you would find elements in there that are actually not pertinent to the original motion either. Yep. So my motion is pertinent to resolve to conduct a speed review, which is actually, had Mr Brady been asked, which is exactly how it should happen. And I might mention that we have had the same requests for Curzon Street and other places in the life of this council where that process has been followed. So it's not something that's just come out of the blue. It has been followed in those requests for speed limits in every area. Thank you.
Nick? I seek advice.
Look, I think it's open to interpretation, whether you think it's significantly different from the that original motion or not. It contains the elements of the Lindsay Street Bridge to Margaret, but includes the additional inner city streets. I don't really know what advice to give you, councillors. I think the ball's probably in your court as to whether you think that that's a sufficient variation to warrant further. But
I think from my point of view, there's a clear relationship between the two. But I'm quite happy to accept the majority of council's view.
Mr Mayor, yeah, look, I think the foreshadowed, which I actually think is an amended motion by Councillor Megan for the first motion, I think it is an amendment. So you could actually vote on the amendment first, which would eliminate if the amendment is there. So you're not asking the mover to say, do you agree with this? You move an amendment to the motion. That's the first thing. And then if you agree with that amendment, that becomes the motion. If it's lost, then it goes back to the original motion, and then you'll get, as you've said before. So I think that's the process, to be fair.
And to Mr Mayor, I disagree because we're asking for a safety review, not a speed assessment review.
Safety, right. Mr CEO, where are we, please?
Well, I think Councillor McDonald's suggestion is that what we have listed here now on your screen is an amendment with the approval, permission, consent of the mover and the seconder, that the amendment become the motion that council consider a safety review, including a speed assessment and parking reviews along Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Streets, Toowoomba. You would need the consent of the mover and the seconder to do so, and if you obtain that amendment then becomes the motion.
Just clarification, the amendment is there. We need to vote on the amendment. So the mover, if Councillor Megan wants to move an amendment, she can move it. She'll then need a seconder to follow that through. If there's no seconder, it's lapsed. So if Councillor Megan then would like to move it and there's a seconder, then we go through that process. And then it becomes
as an amendment.
It might just be a small technicality in that as the seconder of the original motion, Councillor Megan may not be able to move that amendment.
I'm comfortable to move the amended.
You're happy to move
amendment.
the amendment, seconded by councillor Shine, an amendment to the original motion. Anyone wishing to speak against that amendment? If so, I'll ask you to speak.
So,
Just a moment. If you wish to speak against it.
Thanks,
I'll
Mayor.
ask
I
the
think I agree that it is an amendment because it's still focused on the same piece of road. It's still touching on the same elements, but it's picking up on GM Mike Brady's advice in regard to the process that we need to go through. So I think it's actually a combination of the operational strategic actually working together to get to this amendment. So I'm
Thank you.
happy to move it.
Bailey, you wanted down this way. You've got something to tell us?
Concur with the intent of the original motion from councillor Taylor, because I use that street. You've changed the words. The original intent was to do a speed assessment to lower the speed. You've included words like a safety assessment, so that could include lighting and how you make the streets safer, like from other incidents, like, you know, assault at night time, etc. My advice would be to go back and really capture the intent of councillor Taylor, which is simply to undertake a speed assessment review. Council undertake a speed assessment review to lower the speed, or however you word it. I would leave the words out of safety because that's a really broad circle of when you look at things of what safety on that street, because you've carved it out and said safety, but then you say including, that could mean all types of safety on that street. At the end of the resolution, the second resolution, apart from that comment, you know, is going along the right way. I'll just round it off, you know, to give management some guidance to say, you know, management to provide a report back within X months. So that sort of allows people that are publicly seeing that. But that's up to Mike. That's my only comments. I wouldn't use the word safety. I'd stick to the intention that councillor Taylor had, that it's a speed assessment, because the word safety is a number of things on that street.
Mike Brady, you wish to make a comment?
To help pick up on what
Bailey?
Bailey is mentioning, if I could suggest, council, that the amendment be that council can...
Put your mic on.
I'd suggest to council that the amendment be that council consider or undertake a road safety audit, including a speed assessment and parking reviews along Lindsay Street between Red. Now, road safety audit narrows it down to the thing. In essence, the speed review goes a long way to doing that road safety element, okay? But there's a road safety audit element. We'll just ensure that will pick up on many of the things that council's talked about. So when it's presented back to council, okay, if I just do a speed assessment, I take this narrow focus, councillors, I come back and say this is the outcome of that review, okay? I understand the intent of what you're trying to achieve. Just if you could have that word in a manner that makes it operationally easy for us to implement, that would be the simplest way of getting to the outcome that you're trying to achieve.
Comfortable with that, Mr. Mayor. Just picking up on Bailey, your timing when you had at the bottom, Mike, can you just give some advice on how long that would take to do that?
no, could I do a point of order, please? So our manager of governance has just advised us that we were totally changing the intent of councillor Melissa's original motion by adding in, consider a safety review including, and now it's being recommended by the General Manager undertake a road safety audit. So if we go back to councillor Melissa's original motion, which was consider a reduction of the speed limit. So we've got to stick to the intent of the motion, which is what Bailey was trying to say to us. And so, and unless I've read you wrong, Bailey, that we were losing the intent of the original motion, is that correct?
We're just broadening the scope by when you say the word safety on Lindsay Street. So you're actually saying all types of safety. And like anyone else, I'm always open to feedback and education. Mike's changes sort of, you know, cover the road issue of speed assessment, but it's sort of, we've taken away from all safety and we're narrowing it down to the road, which relates to speed. So it's just a question whether council's comfortable with the revised wording.
Well, I think we were wanting speed and parking review.
Okay.
Doctor?
Thank you, Chair. Can I take the confusion out of it?
Sorry?
Can I take the confusion out of it?
Hope so. That's what we
Let's hope.
need right now.
So, may I just reread my original motion, please? That council consider a reduction of the speed limit along Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Streets, Toowoomba, from 50 kilometres an hour to 30 kilometres an hour to improve road safety and the safety of vulnerable road users. The implementation of the change to occur within a 6-month period. May I amend that to say that council conduct a road safety audit focusing on speed on Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Streets and a report be brought to council within the next 6 months.
Is that in keeping with the original intent of the motion?
I believe
it seems
so.
like it is, yeah.
I have no comments. Councillor Taylor.
Yes?
The mover and the second are comfortable with that? My advice, please, are we adapt the motion that's before us now? Is it moved? Is it seconded? Because it's
Moved, seconded.
very confusing where we've gone.
Well,
We've
I
taken
don't
a lot of
believe
advice.
that that's gone too far from the original motion, and I've listened to all of the discussions around the table, and I've listened to the General Manager's advice of how operationally that would work. So I think it's enveloped everyone's comments, and but it's also holding true to the original motion. And if there are councillors around the table that don't agree with that, well then let's start the debate again.
Nick, would you like to make a comment or two?
Councillors, I just read from the standing orders, if I can, in relation to amendment of a motion. And so I'm reading 15.2, where an amendment to a motion is before a meeting of the local government, no other amendment to the motion will be considered until after the first amendment has been voted on. And I think that's where we're at. I think we're at the amendment moved by Councillor Jeff and seconded by Councillor Kerry. There, I think, is where we're at. And then...
So that's the motion before us, that's the amendment before us at the moment.
That's in reading standing orders for you, I think we're at is we have an amendment that's been moved and seconded.
A point of order, the amendment doesn't agree with the motion, it's added parking review.
Councillor McDonald, do you wish to make a comment?
The amendment was put forward, it was seconded, and then we got advice from governance and we got advice from the GM, and there was some adjustments to that amendment, which I'm quite comfortable with. Is the mover of the amendment comfortable with? Just, Wendy, if we could put that. So Mike, take 2, I think it is. The council undertake a road safety including speed assessment review parking along Lindsay Street between Bridge and Margaret Street. I'm comfortable with that as the amendment. And the seconder is comfortable with that. So we can go to vote on that amendment if you, or that next process.
And I think that's what you need to deal with now.
We deal with Mike, take 2. Is that right? Colleagues, Councillor Von Hol.
A question to the mover. There's no time frame attached to that motion. Is that as you wish?
Well, that was a question I then posed to the General Manager, and you're comfortable with 6 months to be added to the tail of that? Okay, well, if that's the case, we're more than happy with that. You happy with that, Councillor Shine? Thank you, me.
Okay. Righto, the amendment is moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Shine, that council undertake a road safety audit including a speed assessment review and parking review along Lindsay Street between Bridge Street and Margaret Street, Toowoomba, and a report be brought to council within the next 6 months. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine. Anyone wishing to speak against it? I'll put the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment? That's carried. Those against? Councillor Carroll?
No, I'll speak against the motion.
It's been put. Yeah.
No, that's the amendment. It now
When-
becomes a motion.
That's right. It becomes the motion. Mover and seconder.
So it's the original mover and seconder.
Does it have to be the original mover and seconder? Councillor Melissa has indicated her willingness to move it.
Jeff and Kerry are the mover and seconder now.
So that becomes a motion.
Yep.
Becomes the motion,
Yes.
and with the same mover and the seconder.
The mover and the seconder of the amendment, yes.
Right. Okay, anyone wish to speak against it?
Just to make a comment,
Well, we
Mr.
better
Mayor.
let the speaker for it first, if they want to.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I will just very briefly and say thank you for Councillor Melissa for bringing this forward and for the conversation and discussion we've had. It's been quite a convoluted process to get to this point, but I do think it actually has put value around the strategic and the operational arms of council to work together to get to an outcome that I believe will in some way go to give support to a community that has obviously had some grave concerns around that area.
Thank you, Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't per se speak against this, but we're talking about road safety here. We've had emotional and passionate speaking about the community and road safety, yet this very council voted down a road safety review of the inner city and particularly in Russell Street. So we can't have it both ways. There's issues on a lot of our streets, not just in Lindsay Street. So at the end of the day, I will support this, but I do it under great, because I think we speak words that we do not walk. And we talk about road safety when it suits us, and we talk about safety of the community when it suits us, but then we ignore the professional advice that's come to us in other areas and pick and choose what we want to do about it. And that disappoints me greatly.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion before it's put? Wish to sum up, Councillor McDonald?
No, thank you, Mayor.
I'll put the motion that's before you, that you've just dealt with in the last few minutes, and I'll ask for those in favour. That's carried. Thank you very much. Do you want to take a short break, or do we continue with the... Continue?
Move to adjourn for 10 minutes. Is that all right?
Yeah, 10 minutes will be fine.
Second.
Moved, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Councillors, with your permission, we'll commence the meeting again. During the break, Councillor Summerfield, who wasn't here early today when we dealt with leave of absence, Councillor Summerfield has asked if she can get leave of absence. I think that's okay to bring it in now, Mr. Acting CEO.
I think we can deal with that under the agenda item. I've got my agenda item 16. I think so now would be the appropriate time to deal with that.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to also take this opportunity to apologise for being late for the meeting this morning where I missed item 2, the leave of absence. I had been working since 5 a.m. today, but I was dropping my car out to Charlton Depot to be serviced. I got stuck in traffic congestion on Griffith Street, which I'm guessing is building up due to the congestion being experienced at Downlands on Ruthven Street. I'm requesting 2 weeks stress leave from work, which would have me returning on Tuesday the 11th of April, but will depend on my health at that time. I will be absent from the following statutory meetings. On the 29th of March, the budget review meeting and the special meeting in the afternoon. On the 5th of April, a special meeting. This leave would be commencing on Monday for 2 weeks. And whilst I have received much stronger health recommendations, at this stage I plan to take the 2 weeks with the opportunity to reassess at that time. Also, I may need to leave the meeting earlier today to collect my car from Charlton. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone like to move that Councillor Summerfield be granted that leave? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Carl, those in favour? Well, the next item, the item that you're bringing forward, I think, in view of what the Acting CEO has said, would be item 16. Councillor McMahon, you seek the position of council to bring forward a resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I ask for a resolution of this council to bring forward a motion concerning a water park. Thank you.
Would someone like to move and second that? Does that indicate to me that council doesn't wish to discuss this matter at this point in time? In the absence of a mover and a seconder? You're happy to move it?
I'm happy to second, yep.
Councillor McMahon has moved. You're happy to second it? So, Councillor
A question, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor. The person requesting, I don't believe, is allowed to move the motion.
Yes, they are.
I think my understanding is they are, and I could be corrected. We'll have to go to the book again, please.
My reasoning, Mr. Mayor, is the person is asking council for leave to bring something to council. And if the person moves it themselves, that's...
Okay.
There's no specific advice, Mr. Mayor, in the standing
There is
orders
no
in relation
specific
to that.
advice, and I'm quite happy to accept the fact that Councillor McMahon has moved it. Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that. Now, to bring this forward for discussion now, do you wish to go into debate, Councillor McMahon, in regard to bringing this forward? Right. This vote is about whether or not we're going to discuss this matter in the environment now. It's moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour of debating this now? Those against? Motion is lost. Right. Item 18 will be closing the meeting to the public. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillors McDonald and O'Hara-Sullivan, those in favour? Thank you. Carried. Okay, would someone then like to move the receipt of the CEO's confidential report, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Carol Taylor, those in favour? That's carried. Well, it's been quite a demanding day, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, but we've got there. And thank you very much for your time and your patience, and we'll meet again soon. Thank you.